Seek your kind cooperation in successful completion of this program. So, may I please request you all to switch your phones to inaudible mode. We'd very much appreciate your kind cooperation in this matter.
That being said, with immense pride and pleasure, we welcome you all in the International Conference on Sustainability Reporting, hosted by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal in Spain building city of Pokhara, where the nexus of sustainability, transparent reporting, and the expertise of professional accountants converge to pave the way for more conscientious and accountable global landscape.
Today, ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a critical juncture in our history. The urgency of climate change, biodiversity loss, social inequality, and other global issues demands collective action and an unwavering resolve. It is in this spirit of collaboration and determination that we convene to explore the role of sustainability reporting in driving positive changes across borders and sectors.
Sustainability transcends more aspirations. It embodies a voice marked by the responsibility and openness. Within the voice, professional accountants assume the role of narrators, crafting a tale of advancement through precise reporting and conscientious management of our planet's resources. In this realm of sustainable advancement, these accountants emerge as the architects of clarity, converting data into stories that illuminate our shared path towards a balanced future guided by the accountable and meaningful reporting.
It is in this essence we all are here today, gathered, looking forward to this eventful day. All of us associated with Safa, ICAN, and everyone related to this prestigious profession in Nepal and in the South Asian region. I am very honored to take a moment to share that South Asian Federation of Accountants, which we know as SAFA, is a forum of regional professional accounting bodies in South Asian region. It was set up in 1984 in order to promote the accounting profession. SAFA, as an international federation of accountants, IFAC network partner. It represents over 375,000 accountants having membership of National Chartered Accountancy and Cost and Management Accountancy institution in the South Asian countries.
Similarly, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, ICAN, is an autonomous body established under the Nepal Chartered Accountants Act 1997. ICAN is authorized by the Act to regulate accountancy profession in Nepal. ICAN is the full member of International Federation of Accountants, IFAC, the Confederation of Asian and Pacific Accountants, CAPA, and the South Asian Federation of Accountants, SAFA.
SAFA and ICAN are truly delighted to welcome each and every one of you in this conference, which is being held in the beautiful city of Pokhara. Pokhara, as it offers a breathtaking natural backdrop, which perfectly aligns with today's theme of sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a convergence we eagerly anticipated, following significant formal engagements during the day. Now, as we embark on intensive deliberations, we expect you to promptly participate in this conference, as your proactive participation is the key. Let's make the most of this opportunity together. Thank you very much for making it here today. I am Lumanti Maharjan, an investment officer at Business Oxygen.
And I am Gaurav Khatioda, Assistant Director at ICAN, and trust us, a very privileged host for all the engagement of this remarkable event.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have this privilege again to welcome you all to this International Conference on Sustainability Reporting 2024, and we are here at the inaugural session. We shall now begin by inviting our delegates and dignitaries on the stage to mark the inaugural session. Allow us now this privilege to invite on the stage our distinguished dignitaries, and we shall be starting with the chairperson of this inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, to chair the inaugural session of this conference, our pleasure of inviting up on the stage the President of ICAN himself, CA Sujan Kumar Kafle.
As we request ICAN President to grace the ceremony as the chair of this inaugural session, we also place our humble request to kindly extend the welcome to other dignitaries we would be inviting upon the stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming upon the stage the Honorable Chief Minister of Gandaki Province Government, Mr. Surendra Raj Pandey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for gracing us with your humble presence. Now, moving on, I would like to place my humble request to Ms. Bindu Bista, the Deputy Auditor General of Nepal. Ma'am, please welcome on the stage.
Similarly, I would now like to invite up on the stage the Secretary General of SAARC, His Excellency Mr. Mohammad Ghulam Sarwar.
Thank you very much, sir.
All these respected dignitaries will be delivering special remarks on our today's conference. It's a matter of great pride that we have these respected dignitaries here with us.
Also, our pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, for inviting up on the stage the President of Safa, Mr. Hesana Kurupu. Sir, may I please request you to come onto the stage? Similarly, I would also like to request the Vice President of Safa, Mr. Asfaq Yusuf Tola, to grace us with his humble presence.
And now, at last but not the least, please let us have the pleasure of inviting the Vice President of ICAN, CA Praveen Kumar Jha, on the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the respected dignitaries here on the stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with equal pleasure we acknowledge the presence of our distinguished SAFA board members, SAFA advisors, ICAN council members, past presidents, and all other esteemed delegates. We are highly indebted and honored with the presence of all the participants of the conference. We'd also like to request to take your respected seats. Furthermore, we would also like to welcome the participants who are with us via various social media platforms. Thank you so much.
Today's conference holds major agenda for analyzing the global initiatives in the areas of sustainability, identifying the gaps and measures required for adoption and effective implementation of IFRS S1 and S2 in the SAFA region, determining the areas of cooperation amongst the national and international accounting bodies, and sharing of experiences among the SAFA region for identifying further possibilities of coordination. And at the most, raising awareness on sustainable business practices amongst the concerned stakeholders within the SAFA region. The conference brings together renowned thought leaders, eminent speakers, and subject matter experts, empowering the professional fraternity to navigate the dynamically evolving era of sustainability.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our proceedings. Firstly, I would place my humble request to CA Susan Kumar Kafle, the chair of the session, to honor our distinguished dignitaries by putting Khada. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, may we request all the high dignitaries seated on the stage to kindly mark the formal inauguration of the conference by lighting the traditional panas. May I please request the management team for the necessary arrangement.
Panas. Jenis. Panas.
We are proceeding our formal inauguration by requesting our high dignitaries to light the panas.
Thank you to all the gentlemen. Now, may we kindly request all the participants to participate in the national anthem by standing from their respective seats.
Thank you, everyone. Now it's time we formally welcome all the participants present here in the conference. May I invite up on the podium the President of ICAN, CA Susan Kumar Kafle, for his welcome remarks.
Honorable Chief Minister of Gandaki Province Government, Mr. Surendra Raj Pandey, His Excellency Ambassador SAARC Secretary General Mohammad Ghulam Sarwar, Deputy Auditor General Ms. Bindu Vista, Safa President Mr. Hasna Kurupu, Safa Vice President Mr. Asfaq Yusuf Tola, Keynote Speaker Mr. Tisan Subhasinghe, Chairman of the Accounting Standard Board of Nepal, ICAN Council members and management team, technical session chairs, paper presenters and panelists, Safa board members, institutional delegates and distinguished guests, media persons, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and warm welcome from the President of the ICAN. On behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants Nepal, it is my honor and great pleasure to host and welcome you all in the wonderful city under the range of the Himalayas for the International Conference on Sustainability Reporting 2024. Shifting from the ethical obligation to the critical strategic tool, sustainability reporting has become a global necessity in recent years. Sustainability factors are becoming a mainstream part of the investment decision making. Formation of the International Sustainability Standard Board (ISSB) and issuance of the International Financial Reporting Standard, Sustainability Disclosure Standard (IFRS) S1 and S2 has served as a global baseline for sustainability disclosure, focusing on the need of both investor and financial market. Globally, businesses are integrating sustainability reporting into mainstream financial reporting, with numerous jurisdictions implementing sustainability reporting using the various frameworks, and Nepal cannot afford to remain disconnected from this. This conference exemplifies our institute's commitment and ongoing efforts to develop and promote sustainability reporting practices in Nepal. The thematic issue of the conference will be on evaluating the global sustainability initiatives, pinpointing gaps, outlining steps for the IFRS S1 and S2 adaptation in the Safa region, fostering collaboration among the accounting bodies, sharing regional experiences, and promoting the sustainable business practice in the nation. The conference will organize in the 3 technical sessions. The first sessions on sustainable economy and sustainable business practices will be focused on exploring the environmental, social, and governance ESG aspect of the economic development and balancing profit with the social and environmental needs, whereas the panel will explore the climate change and impacts, mitigation efforts, and necessary policy shifts from the businesses and government. Likewise, the second session of today on adopting the implementation sustainability reporting standards IFRS S1 and IFRS S2 will be the explore on need and advantage of adopting the sustainability reporting standards, the current state of the readiness, identify the potential roadblocks and challenges, and highlighting the importance of the collaboration among the relevant authorities to ensure effective implementation of the standards. Similarly, the last session of the today, experience sharing on sustainable business practices and sustainability reporting among the Safa level countries will be the comprehensive session featuring the delegates from the Safa region and sharing their insight on current status, preparedness and reporting frameworks and requirement on their jurisdiction, strategies and approaches adopted for the effective implementation of the sustainability reporting standards and their impact on the business value chain, including the stakeholder perception and potential improvement of the business and investment environment. As a conference convenes renowned thought leaders, esteemed speakers, and subject matter experts, I am confident that this conference will equip accounting personnel with the knowledge and tools needed to navigate the rapidly evolving era of the sustainability. Lastly, I would like to extend profound gratitude for your great presence and welcome you all again to the conference in the enchanting city. It is my sincere wish that your experience here is both enriching and productive, filled with the valuable insights and connections. Thank you very much for your presence, and we'll wish all the foreign delegates and a pleasant and memorable stay in the Pokhara. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now hear from our high dignitaries. We from the valuable speeches would be able to get a glimpse of the scenario or the theme that we have come up for this conference. So, it's with a great pleasure I invite upon the podium the Safa Vice President, Mr. Asfaq Yusuf Tola, for opening remarks.
In the name of Almighty, the most beneficent, the most merciful, Honorable Chief Minister, worthy Excellency Mr. Ghulam Sarwar, Secretary General Sir, Mr. Kafle, the President of ICAN, our worthy President Mr. Hassaina Kurupo, Madam Deputy Auditor General, Nepal, Vice President, ICAN, respective delegates from SARC, and lovely audience, chartered accountants and future chartered accountants of the profession, future accountants, I would rather say. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. It is indeed an honor for me to be here in a lovely country of Nepal with the lovely people welcoming us all the way. A very memorable, a very cherished stay with my president and my team. I think this conference will lead a new way of reporting in the region. Basically, this is non-financial reporting, as we can say, and I would rather classify this as a humanity reporting. There is more element of humanity in non-integrated or integrated financial reporting. Basically, what we have to do, Europe has made it compulsory. The root backs of this footprint goes to the worst apartheid system of 1970. Then it was realized that there must be some reporting which contains some human element along with the financial elements in any of the corporate entity. So considering that, the system was developed and it has been involved since last so many years. It was first started in 1980 with America, especially in the Ford Motor Company's financial statement. Then we started reporting it in the different part of the world. Europe has made it mandatory. I think we need to form a regulation for the region that integrated reporting must be sustainable reporting must be mandatory for the region to just ensure the human part of reporting aspects. I think I have seen the panelists, they are the great speakers, and definitely they will give us a recommendation which we will be considering in the SARC board, and obviously we'll try help develop a paper on this, and based on that we will try and approach all the government of the region to incorporate and make it mandatory for the entire region in their reporting system. I think well done Mr. Kafle and team for arranging the show. Thank you very much. SARC Zindabad. Long live SARC.
Thank you very much, sir, for this valuable reflection. Saying that, may I now request the President of SAFA, Mr. Hesana Kurupu, for his insights on this conference. Sir, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Surendra Pandey, His Excellency Ghulam Sarwar, General Secretary, SARC Secretariat, Deputy Auditor General, Ms. Bindu Bista, Vice President, Mr. Ashwak Tola, President C. S. Sujan Kafle, and Vice President, Ms. Prabeen from Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, members of the Council, and SAFA delegates representing all the professional accountancy organizations, members of ICAN, and all the distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's with great pleasure and honor on behalf of SAFA that I welcome you to this session. As my Vice President mentioned, this Pokhara is a nice city, and I believe you are developing a sustainable city development plan. I just had a glance through ADB report relating to the same. I think that shows the importance this city, this nice tourism city has put on sustainability. I think there is no other place to discuss the same other than this city, I believe. So on behalf of SAFA, I welcome you to this session on sustainable business practices and reporting. And I'm not going to emphasize again and again, but this topic is incredibly important in this current context, as we see world is encountering many economic issues due to climate change. So if we want to have a better economic aspects for our countries, definitely climate aspects needs to be addressed. So if we are thinking about long-term consequences of these actions and transferability, so businesses are subject to look into these areas, not only mere disclosing what they do, but it has to be a way of life as well. So sustainability reporting and other non-financial reporting elements are hence playing a crucial role. In the current situation, the important thing is not how much of money a business made. What is important is how did you earn such money. I think that is where this discussion would lead us to show how you earn that money than how much of money that you made. So there are three main elements of sustainability standard structure. I think President also alluded to it. One aspect is financial sustainability reporting standards. So we observed last June, IFRS Foundation sustainability standards were introduced, sustainability standard S1 and S2. That is one aspect. The second aspect is standardized approach for providing independent assurance to ensure credible and trustworthy information. Those are assurance standards. You may be aware that assurance standards exposure drafts were presented as per the International Assurance and Auditing Standard Board. They are supposed to finalize assurance standards by 2024 towards last quarter. The third being ethical mindset and behavior to guide judgments and drive actions. This is to drive trustworthy information that is factual and not misleading. Such areas covered by ethics and independent standards. So that is the third element of standard framework. First one is reporting standard, second one is assurance, and third being ethical and independent standard. Assurance standard final approval is, as I mentioned, expected by September 2024. In January 2024, last month, the International Ethics and Standard Board for Accountants issued sustainability related exposure draft relating to ethical standards. I think now participants and member organizations can give their feedback. So what it shows is the standard setting framework is coming into place. Reporting standard, assurance standards, and ethical standards are being formulated. So with these changes and landscape happening, what we can see is standardization is obviously good because there is benchmark for us to compare. And it is not only for reporting, but it creates opportunities for professionals. Because non-financial reporting was earlier owned by many organizations, but we can see now professionals, chartered accountants, and other accountancy organizations are taking that ownership. And it is not only we are driving sustainability practices among businesses, but you may have business opportunities coming your way. So I'm sure today's sessions are led by, I know that there are plenty of resource persons, not only locally, but from the region joining. And this intellectual stimulation will definitely enlighten you with regard to some of these aspects that I mentioned. And I'm sure it will be a thought-provoking session. So with that, I wish all of you to have a fruitful intellectual stimulation and look forward to have engagements with you representing SAFA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you indeed. Now, for delivering special remarks on our today's program, it's my pleasure to invite upon the podium the Secretary General of SARC, His Excellency Mr. Mohammad Ghulam Sarwar.
Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Surendra Raj Pandey, Chief Minister of Gandaki Province, Madam Deputy Auditor General of Nepal, Mr. Kuruppu, FCA, President of South Asian Federation of Accountants, SAFA, Mr. Ashfaq, FCA, Vice President of SAFA, Mr. Sujan Kumar Kafle, FCA, President of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to you all. Namaste and Assalamu alaikum. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to address this inaugural session of International Conference of Sustainability Reporting organized by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal in this tranquil city of Pokhara. I thank the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal for inviting me to this important conference. The scenic ambience and the august audience present this morning makes this session very special. There are two more reasons that makes my current visit to Pokhara as special. Firstly, this is my first visit to Pokhara since my arrival in Kathmandu in October last year to assume the charge of the 15th Secretary General of SARC. Pokhara is also a city that I visited a couple of times during my previous assignment at the Embassy of Bangladesh in Kathmandu some 2 decades ago. Secondly, excuse me for my bad throat. Secondly, myself, being a registered article student under the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Bangladesh, prior to my joining the diplomatic career more than 32 years ago, I always have a special regard to the people of this profession and especially for this conference. We are greatly honored by the gracious presence of the Honorable Mr. Surendra Raj Pandey, Honorable Chief Minister of Gandaki Province, for his august presence and in the midst of this morning. I also convey greetings to all other distinguished guests from all over South Asia present in this important conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware that South Asia represents the largest geo-economic bloc in the world, with nearly 1/4 of the world's population living in this region. Therefore, the region bears a tremendous potential of contributing immensely to the global economy as well. With the slowing down of the global economy in the aftermath of COVID, as well as the climate and the security crisis as other regions in the globe, the SAARC region has also been severely affected in multiple ways. However, we are confident that with firm resolve and commitment and concerted regional cooperation and collaboration, the region will be able to build back better. Excellencies, distinguished guests, the primary objective of SAARC is to promote the welfare of the people and to improve their quality of life through accelerated economic growth in the region. In pursuance of this larger objective, the SAARC leaders have reiterated their commitment to achieving the goal of a South Asian Economic Union in a phased and planned manner through the creation of a free trade area, a customs union, and a common market and common economic and monetary union. We believe that the goal of the South Asian Economic Union is best achieved by promoting effective regional economic integration led by the private sector in the region, which is widely acknowledged as the engine of growth. It is for these particular reasons that the countries in the region are increasingly according high priority to public-private partnership in order to change the fate of this region for a better, especially in promoting the welfare of the people, which is the underlying cause for the creation of SAARC. Building effective public-private partnership remains a crucial cornerstone for promoting regional economic integration. Frequently exchange of trade delegations, organizing of trade fairs, and holding of seminars of sharing knowledge and best practices are other important measures for further promoting regional economic integration. It is in this context that we greatly value the convening of this international conference, bringing together a host of accounting professionals from the region to exchange views and emerging the trends of the accounting and finance. In our views, the foremost requirement of achieving the objectives of South Asian Economic Union is improved connectivity through air, road, rail, and sea. The other essential elements is to facilitate of visa for the promotion of people-to-people contact in the region, including intense coordination between the accounting professional from the SAARC region. In the meanwhile, sustained efforts are required to bring down tariffs, eliminate non-tariff and para-tariff barriers, reduce sensitive lists, introduce trade facilitation measures, and harmonize the standards towards the eventual realization of the South Asian Economic Union. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as you all are aware, the International Sustainability Standard Board, ISSB, has issued International Financial Reporting Standards, Sustainability Disclosures, IFRS S1 and IFRS S2, to serve as standard for a global baseline for sustainability disclosures. Globally, various jurisdictions have adopted sustainability reporting requirements. Business worldwide are incorporating sustainability reporting as a mainstream of their business and decision making. The South Asia region is also been working in this area of sustainability reporting very intensively. This conference, with 4 technical sessions on namely sustainable economy, sustainable business practice, adopting the implementing sustainability reporting standard, IFRS S1 and IFRS S2, and experiencing share on sustainable business practices and sustainability reporting, is indeed a welcome opportunity for the distinguished delegates to exchange views on and best practices in these areas. While striving for sustainability is no longer an option, but a prerequisite for every nation. Achieving it individually presents multiple challenges. Regional collaboration is therefore crucial for the SAARC countries to collectively achieve sustainability to promote prosperity in the region. I am confident that this international conference will be an important step forward in further fostering regional cooperation among the accounting and finance professionals to effectively contribute to the economic development of the entire region. I wish this international conference a great success and the distinguished delegates pleasant stay in Pokhara. Long live SAARC spirit. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We very much appreciate the opportunity to have heard you. Thank you again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request the Deputy Auditor General, Ms. Bindu Bista, for her remarks. We are really happy to have you here with us, ma'am.
Honorable Chief Minister, Gandaki Province, President of ICAN, SAARC Secretary General, His Excellency, President of Safa, Vice President of Safa, Vice President of ICAN, ladies, President of ICAN, and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Council, employees, invited dignitaries, and all the guests on this special occasion of International Conference on Sustainable Reporting being held in Pokhara, organized by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, ICAN. That's our name. I would like to express my best wishes for the success of the event. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, ICAN, was established under the Nepal Chartered Accountants Act 1997 with the objective of development, protection, promotion, and regulation of accounting professions in Nepal, as well as designing and implementing chartered accountancy program, conducting training, certification, and issuing membership for the chartered accountants. This organization has played a leading role in maintaining financial discipline, good governance, transparency, and accountability in the financial sector by regulating accounting profession, enhancing their capacity, and providing chartered accountancy education in Nepal. In addition to that, as a member of the International Federation of Accountants, IFAC, the Confederation of Asia and Pacific Accountants, CAPA, and the South Asia Federation of Accountants, SAFA, this organization is actively participating in the international arena and playing an appreciative role. The subject matter of today's event relates to the role of professional accountants on disclosures and the risks associated with the need for a sustainable economy, social justice, climate change, environmental challenges, achieving sustainable development goals, green economy, climate finance, carbon trade, priority of environment, society, and governance. The importance of today's events has increased due to the sharing experience, presentation, group discussions in these areas. I expect that it will have a substantial impact on the development of the accounting profession and the enhancement of the social responsibility of accounting professionals. To the best of my knowledge, the Nepal Accounting Board, which was established to develop and update financial reporting in Nepal, has established a committee and initiated the task of developing sustainability reporting standards based on IFRS S1 and S2, which have been produced by the IFRS Foundation for Sustainability Reporting. I hope that today's program will contribute significantly to the development process of these sustainability reporting standards in Nepal. I want to ensure that the Office of the Auditor General and the ICAN will continue to support, coordinate, and work together in the future to improve integrity in the country's financial administration and uphold good governance by fostering accountability and transparency. Finally, once again, on the occasion of today's international event organized by ICAN, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the Institute and wish all the guests a pleasant and comfortable stay in this beautiful city, Pokhara. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your deep and insightful remarks. It was a great pleasure hearing from you. Now, may we kindly request the Honorable Chief Minister of Gandaki Province Government, Mr. Surendra Raj Pandey, for his special remarks.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman of the opening session of International Conference on Sustainability Reporting 2024, CA Mr. Sujan Kumar Kafle, President of ICAN, His Excellency General Secretary of SARC, Deputy Auditor General Mrs. Bindu Vista, Safa President and Safa Vice President, eminent speaker in the conference, and all delegates and participants. First of all, I would like to welcome you in Pokhara, the beautiful city and the capital of Gandaki province. The International Conference on Sustainability Reporting, we are thrilled to have you here, the beautiful Annapurna Range. Firstly, I want to congratulate the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal for their great work in promoting sustainability efforts in Nepal. As the main authority overseeing accounting in the country, they have been working hard to strengthen the accounting profession, which plays a crucial role in Nepal's economic growth. It's clear that accountants are essential for creating clear financial statements and ensuring trust in them. Sustainability reporting, alongside financial reporting, is now widely accepted and valued by investors, businesses, and governments worldwide. Accountants play a key role in meeting the demand of sustainability reporting. I am confident that the Institute and its members will take the lead in this area, working towards serving the people's interests better. Nepal, like many other countries, has signed up the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations. These goals aim to tackle poverty, improve health and education, reduce inequality, boost economic growth, address climate change, and protect our environment. The Nepal government is actively working to adapt and include these goals in its national development plans. We can see climate change happening all around to us. Nepal is famous for its mountains, including 8 of the world's highest peaks. But being mountains also bring challenges, especially with climate change. The temperature in Nepal is rising faster than the global average, about 0.06 centigrade per year. This is worrying because it affects the unique mountain ecosystems. So it's crucial to include environmental, social, and government's consideration of focus on sustainability in all economic plans. I believe this conference will be helpful in getting everyone in Nepal and the Safa region to join hands and focus on promoting sustainability. I want to urge all stakeholders to come together and do their parts in considering ESG factors and sustainability. Our goal is to ensure that future generations can enjoy the same beautiful mountains and biodiversity that we do. Instead of facing the negative impact of our actions, let's unite to protect our planet and safeguard our home for the generation to come. I hope the conference goes really well, and while you are here, I hope you get to enjoy the beautiful sightseeing in Pokhara. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished dignitaries, for insightful speeches on the theme of this conference. Your expertise and wisdom have truly enriched our understanding, and we are sincerely grateful for the opportunity to have attended.
With this speech, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to almost end of this first session, which is the inaugural session of the conference. Now, to formally conclude, I would like to request the Vice President of ICAN, CA Praveen Kumar Jha, to come forward and put his vote of thanks. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Chief Minister, Sir, Honorable Chief Minister Surendra Pandey, Sir, Safa President Mr. Kurupu, Sir, Vice President Mr. Tola, Sir, Madam Deputy AG Bindu Madam, and Secretary General of SARC, who happened to say that he was also a student of Chartered Accountancy way back 32 years ago. So we welcome you all, sir, and not the least, my President of our institute, Susan Kumar Kafle, sir, and everybody who is sitting around here. I could see Accounting Standard Board's chairman sitting out here, our council members, and the ED of ICAI sitting in front, looking at the screen. So everybody, sabaijanalai namaskar. 95% and more of us are in Nepali, and Nepali-speaking people. So I will say something in Nepali first, and then I will go to my thank you speech, basically. दिगो विकास सस्टेनेबल डेभलपमेन्ट भनेको इज अब नसुन्ने व्यक्ति नै छैन. देयर आर 3 एलिमेन्ट्स टु इट. अनि one of the elements is like awareness. We are at that stage. Awareness को बिल्डिङको स्टेजमा छौँ, अरूभन्दा अलि पछाडि छौँ हामी. अनि that's why what I said is like we have to ways to go forward. अनि यसमा चाहिँ वर्क गर्नुपर्ने छ. So we have to work on this, and that's why we have brought this conference out of Kathmandu. So सबैजनाको लागि चाहिँ एक्टिभ पार्टिसिपेसन गरिदिनु होला भन्ने रिक्वेस्ट छ. And there must be some takeaways out of this that I'm pretty sure all of us would definitely get. And there are sessions to go. So by the end of today, I would like everybody to realize that these are the things. I know all of you already realized that these are the things we must do. And finally, before I conclude, when I just entered here, one of our friends said, you should have brought somebody from KPMG, you see? And then I was just talking to the Safa President. He happened to be working for KPMG. So we have some KPMG guy here. There must be other people from Big Four also, but Mr. Kurupu is a KPMG. So I will address that. I've already addressed that question. Sabaijanalai namaskar. I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CA Praveen Kumar Jha sir, for his vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's a time for a special token of appreciation to be presented to our distinguished dignitaries. We are very delighted to announce that the honor of presenting these mementos will be bestowed upon the President of ICAN.
May I kindly request the ICAN President, CA Suzan Kumar Kafle, to please step forward and join us on this momentous occasion. I would also like to request the management team to please arrange. So the first in the list, we have the Honorable Chief Minister of Gandaki Province Government, Mr. Surendra Raj Pandey. It was great having you here with us, sir. Thank you for your gracious presence.
Next, the Secretary General of SARC, His Excellency Mr. Mohammad Ghulam Sarwar.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your gracious presence. Now, may I request our President, sir, to provide token of honor to the Deputy Governor, Ms. Bindu Bista.
Deputy Auditor General, Ms. Bindu Bista.
Deputy Auditor General, Ms. Bindu Bista. It was great having you here with us, ma'am.
Next, we have the President of Safa, Mr. Esanna Kurupu.
Similarly, the Vice President of Safa, Mr. Asfaq Yusuf Tola. We are really grateful to have each and every one of you with us to grace us with your presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you very much indeed. It was a great pleasure of hearing speeches from the dignitaries. It's a matter of great pride to be hosting you here in Pokhara, Nepal. Thank you for this opportunity and this honor for making this year, despite your very valuable and engaging schedules. We very much look forward for hosting many more such convergences, which would only add to bettering the cohesion, cooperation, and synergy amongst the professionals under this umbrella, which we are so proud of.
Said that, we now, with the permission of our session chair himself, we would like to announce the adjournment of this inauguration session. We would kindly like to request our respected dignitaries to participate in the sessions forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for more technical part of the session, beginning from a very important keynote speech on sustainability reporting, a revolution in accounting profession from Mr. Tisan Subhasinghe. Mr. Tisan Subhasinghe is currently serving as the Vice President of CS Sri Lanka since 2013 and is in practice for more than 2.5 decades. He is currently serving as Managing Director at Moray Stevens Consulting Private Limited and Joint Managing Partner at Moray Ayer. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Tisan Subhasinghe on podium with a huge round of applause for his keynote speech.
Thank you very much. President Safa, Vice President Safa, President ICAN, Vice President and Council members of ICAN, and all the dignitaries representing the regional bodies. Ladies and gentlemen who are present in the audience, I must first thank ICAN for inviting me to deliver the keynote address today. In fact, the moment I stepped into your land, I am filled with pleasant feelings because this is the land Prince Siddhartha, who later enlightened as Lord Buddha, was born, who himself preached many things with respect to environmental sustainability, ladies and gentlemen. So the topic assigned to me is sustainability reporting, a revolution in accounting profession. And we know sustainability is a broader concept. So before moving on to the core topic, let's look at the big picture. Sustainability in its true spirit is all about saving the world for the present as well as the future generations. There are many initiatives towards this, and corporate sustainability and reporting is just one dimension or one aspect in this whole framework. I think it's better for us to understand the big picture for us to really position sustainable corporate reporting. In fact, when our good friend Sanjay invited me for this presentation, I was just looking at the meaning of revolution. So the dictionary meaning is a forcible overthrow of a government or social order in favor of a new system. It's a heavy definition. And in the accountant's context, I believe we can say it's just the revolution is transforming our own thought process in light of the future developments. Last several days, I was aligning my thoughts to speak on the subject. As a matter of habit, every day I watch international news on CNN, BBC, Fox News, NDTV, etc. Just the highlights. That's the first thing I do while having my morning tea. And some of these news items which I came across over last several weeks, ladies and gentlemen, really bothered me in the context of the subject that we are going to discuss today. The war in the Gaza Strip. If you are following news, you would see the sort of killings there and the suffering, the children, they have lost education. The war between Russia and Ukraine, the same scenario there. Conflicts in Africa, issues in the Red Sea, wildfire that destroyed an entire city in Chile, eruption of volcano in Iceland, eruption of another volcano in Mexico 1 or 2 weeks back. There I realized that the true spirit of sustainability initiative of the UN have been severely compromised by the humankind, and then the nature punishes us accordingly. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my belief that we have a give and take with the nature. There's a give and take between the nature and humankind. The institution which pioneered the sustainability initiatives with the sustainability development goals, namely the UN, seems to be not doing enough to resolve some of these crises in an effective manner. I request you to read at least the executive summary of Global Sustainable Development Report in 2023 published by the UN. Most of the KPIs set in the context of the 17 SDGs are either far from the target or in moderate distance to the target KPIs. First and foremost, even though there is calamity in the world which compromises global sustainability, the initiatives on corporate sustainability reporting seems to be heading towards the right direction. Initiatives are really good, and we accountants have to do our part in this context by understanding the big picture. And we mostly speak about the corporate sustainability reporting, the sustainability standards, etc. But beyond that, we got to be thorough with the UN's sustainable development goals. The United Nations, with its 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, has initiated its sustainability drive through its member countries. There is a reporting mechanism adopted by the UN to collect information on the transformation of member nations towards the SDGs. The UN expects member nations to transform towards the SDGs by having the right policy framework. So ladies and gentlemen, let me share one of my personal experiences. I am a council member of a government university in Sri Lanka, and last time when we compiled the strategic plan for the university, the government, the respective ministry, requested the university to align the strategic plan to the applicable SDGs, Sustainability Development Goals. That's how the alignment takes place. So the government intervention is very much important, and being member nations of the UN, so there's a reporting mechanism. That's how the alignment takes place, ladies and gentlemen. Just to refresh, I'm sure you must be knowing all these. What are these SDGs? I'll quickly read through. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation and infrastructure, reduce inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institutions, partnerships for the goals. These are the 17. The initiatives emerged in 1980s with respect to CSR reporting, since then evolved through triple bottom line reporting to integrated reporting to now ESG. As much as nations are expected to transform for global level sustainability initiatives, the corporates are also expected to transform their corporate sustainability reporting initiatives. And this will support the global sustainability drives. So it's very important for us to understand this link between the holistic goals set by the UN and how corporate sustainability initiatives are aligned with those. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, during this transformation, as our Safa President just mentioned, I was worried as accountants whether we have lost the edge because of the mere passive inaction of the accountants. Somebody else, some institutions, they started encroaching the accountant space in terms of providing advices on, could be on the ESG, it could be on integrated reporting, could be on CSR initiatives. And later on, some institutions started providing assurance on sustainability reports as well. So now, maybe realizing these challenges, the International Sustainability Standards Board, called the ISSB, issued 2 timely standards called IFRS S1 and S2. Today we are going to deliberate on these standards, therefore I'm not going to go into detail. These standards, along with the forthcoming standards, would protect the accountant's domain. To further strengthen our domain, during August 2023, the IAASB issued an exposure draft on Assurance Standard on Sustainability, ISSA 5000. This will help to curb greenwashing or manipulated sustainability reporting disclosures. Also, now the ISSB is conducting research on disclosure requirements on biodiversity, ecosystems, human capital, human rights, and integration on reporting. So we can expect another 3-4 at least exposure drafts soon on these subjects. Other than the above, the accountant's input will be required to support the corporate initiatives on green bonds, sustainable financing, sustainable project evaluation, etc. So ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 aspects to the sustainability reporting literature. Safa President already highlighted the reporting aspect, the assurance aspect, and to bringing discipline, the ethical standards aspect. So we need to be thorough on these areas. And there will be enormous opportunities for practicing accountants to structure these into various kinds of service products. It should be our smartness, not only providing assurance, even by playing advisory roles. If we wouldn't do that, somebody else would do it, and they would capture our market. So therefore, it's very important to capture this market or to seize the opportunity given, unlike what happened previously. So these are the tools made available to accountants to make the required revolution and to protect our domain while adding value to society at large. Even for non-practicing accountants, you can really add value to your organizations, and this will in fact enhance your own market value in the job market if you demonstrate your knowledge on these new initiatives. Now, for instance, I'm serving on a board of a bank. At the last board meeting, we concluded that we need to get one expert on board as a director, non-executive director, who specialized in ESG. That is to provide kind of a governance and advisory role on behalf of the board. So the demand is getting created, ladies and gentlemen. But for us to do this revolution, we need to equip ourselves with the required knowledge. We must be thorough with the ESG and sustainability reporting standards along with the UN's SDGs by understanding the big picture. Without knowing the big picture, we won't be able to make the required impact. And we will not be able to position this within the society and amongst the corporates. Accountants can certainly support the governments in shaping the sustainability drives in the respective countries by influencing the policy. Our engagement needs to be at such higher policy making level. My final thought on the subject is, maybe in a decade or so, the entire financial reporting would fall within a broader framework of sustainability reporting. It would happen eventually. So this conference, organized by ICAN, surely helps the participants to acquire the required knowledge and to be future ready. And such captured knowledge would be your weapon in the battlefield of the revolution for transparent corporate sustainability reporting, which would finally contribute to the world's sustainability endeavors. So I'm concluding my keynote address within the given time frame. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you would have fruitful session and good learning during the course of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for deep and insightful remarks. It was a great pleasure hearing from you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move towards the first technical session for the day, which is themed at sustainable economy and sustainable business practices. Okay. While the management team arranges for the seat arrangement, let me provide a brief about what we'll be heading towards in this first session for the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be exploring the vital environment, social and governance, which is ESG dimensions of the economic growth. We'll be reflecting on how we use our economic resources. It might be national resources or corporate resources sustainably. We'll also be emphasizing on the harmony between people, planet, and profit. Whereas our panel discussion will also spotlight on the escalating impacts of climate change, strategies for mitigation, and the imperatives for government and businesses to implement policy-driven actions for a sustainable economy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion and paper presentation on the technical session 1 will provide us valuable remarks and insights on the topic. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join me in welcoming our distinguished moderator for this session, CA Praveen Kumar Jha. CA Praveen Kumar Jha is currently serving as a Vice President of ICAN and as a board member of Securities Board of Nepal 7. With over 22 years of experience as a practice, Mr. Jha also holds working experience in international mission in South and East Asia and has facilitated various trainings.
It will now be turn of our panelist and presenter to come onto the stage. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Mani Nepal. Dr. Mani Nepal, He's an PhD holder and he is currently serving as program coordinator and lead economist at ICAN. He completed his PhD in environmental and resource economics, development economics and econometrics from the University of New Mexico in 2007. He has also served as a distinguished visiting professor at Kyoto University, Japan.
With equal pleasure, I would now like to invite another panelist on the stage, Mr. Ramesh Hamal. Mr. Hamal served as the chairman of the Securities Board of Nepal, 7, from February 2022 to January 2024, and has over 34 years of experience across public and private sector. He completed bachelor degree in electric engineering from the Regional Institute of Technology, RIT, India, and MBA, International Business and Finance from Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand.
The next panelist to grace us with his presence is Mr. Bholanath Dhungana. Mr. Dhungana is a corporate lawyer having more than 22 years of professional experience. Having been appointed as expert board member of Securities Board of Nepal by Nepal government, he also facilitates training on ESG governance and regulations.
Lastly, we look forward to presence of our last panelist, Professor Dr. Leknath Bhattrai. Professor Dr. Leknath Bhattrai is a professor at Tribhuvan University and guest faculty at Pokhara University. He completed his PhD in economics from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi in 2004.
A very warm welcome to session chair, moderator, Pepper President, and all the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, as we kick off this session, I would like to brief our session chair on the time allocation. We have approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes for the entire session. First 20 minutes for panel presentation, followed by a 40 minutes of panel discussion. Lastly, we'll be ending the session with a 15-minute question and answer session. We are delighted to assist in timekeeping and will be signaling in the end of each segment with a gesture.
Without further ado, it's my honor to introduce our session chair, CA Praveen Kumar Jha, who will lead us through this engaging and insightful discussion. Please join me in handing over the session to the session chair. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Namaskar, Feri. And thank you to all the panelists who are distinguished, as you can understand from whatever the Gauravji has said. They all have international experience, and they are the ones who really know about it. And as you can understand, that these are economists, and we are talking economics, and I'm an accountant. So basically, why I'm here, I'm standing here or sitting here in the place of Cable sir, who was supposed to be moderating the session, and so because of some reasons he could not come. So I'm here. I will try to give a brief introduction. Then, as the announcer said, then I will hand it over to Mani sir for his presentation, and then we'll have a discussion around his presentation. World. In this session, we are talking about entire planet, 8 billion people. 8 billion people, everybody requires gas, bus, and kapas, which is millennium, whatever strategic development goal also includes all these things. Poverty elevation, we need economic growth, we need resources, and there's only one planet Earth. And if you have been to if you've gone through UNFPA site, the trend analysis for our population growth is it will reach up to 10 billion, and then only there'll be a plateau, and then it will come down. That's an estimation, you never know. But weather will be there until it reaches there. So sustainability is something that, because we require more resources, I'm trying to make it simple. So, and then pass it over to the experts. So we require more resources, we require more clean water, we require forest, and then the resources are getting down. So there's a challenge. And then innovation might help. All of you know, most of our chartered accountant students present here have somehow studied economics in Cap 1 level, we have economics. But I happen to be a BSc graduate who went to become chartered accountant. So and I was studying physics, still BSc. So why I'm saying this is there are innovations which are happening, which will go on to address the economic needs. You see, if you're following news, as Thiessen just mentioned about the consequences of not implementing or us misutilizing the resources, there are developments. The solution would come from physics or whatever from science. And then only last month, if you have read the news or if you have gone through the news, and I believe that most of you have, there's a big experimental success where by sending energy in a small hydrogen, whatever isotope, they could actually generate quadrillion, whatever, 1,000 trillion joules of energy, and it remained there for certain microseconds. Though I'm not saying that it will resolve all the problems, and the scientists are not saying that, but there are people in the world who are actually working at it. So, and human being has been like, we have been fighters. So what is the sustainability reporting, as I understand, from an accountant perspective, is we want to, like, the lifestyle that we have, the resources that we use, we want to continue with it, and we want to, like, use the resources in a productive manner so it's sustainable. So with this is just an introduction, and then with this I hand it over to Mani sir for his presentation. Dr. Mani Nepal, as you have heard, he is a distinguished in an international exposure. Sir, I will hand it over to you for your presentation, and then we'll discuss. Yeah, thank you. Slides are ready.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Yes. While we prepare and arrange for the slides, may I please request Mr. Praveen Kumarja, the moderator of this session, to formally welcome our distinguished panelists. Yes. So we'll be honoring our distinguished panelists and paper presenters by offering khada.
Sorry about this.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now I hand over the floor to Dr. Mani Nepal. Welcome, sir.
Anna.
So the conference started with a lot of things already. What is sustainability, and why we are worried, and where, how this issue can be resolved. So what I'm going to do today is just to have 5 different elements in my talk. So I'll talk a little bit about our progress, how we're doing in terms of progress, right? The second one is the link of our progress with the sustainability. Are we doing it sustainably? And the third one is, if we're doing it unsustainably, what are the main key reasons why we're doing that? Okay? And the fourth one is how to address those challenges. And finally, I'll put some of the further challenges to the gathering here, all the accountants, how this issue can be addressed. Okay, so in terms of progress, so let's look at what is happening to the world population. Why population is a progress? Because it offers human capital. It is not just a liability, it's the resources that we have. Okay? So if we train people, if you're educated, that is like, that enhances productivity. And if you look at here, there is a break. So this is not working. But from 1950 onward, if you look at, the population growth has been like, the changing the trend, right? The higher growth. And then look at the real global GDP. That's what we are very much concerned, right? That this, explains our growth. What is happening to the growth? So around the same time, 1950, it started climbing up. We're doing all good. And it is not stopping. We're going up and up. Okay? And the third is, that's the global, but in terms of per capita per person, what is happening? That is also going. It's not that higher population is dampening our growth. It's not. The per capita GDP is still growing. Okay? So all looks very good. But there are a lot of challenges. And if you look at the current, the global dialogue and discussions and everything, and everybody says we are facing triple planetary crisis. That can be climate change, that can be biodiversity loss, and that can be pollution. And there are many more, like inequality and all kinds of things, but these are very much highly recognized and everybody's worried about, right? So in terms of climate change, if you look at what is happening, so around 1975, 80, so what this graph actually shows is the difference of the whatever is the current temperature minus the average for the whole entire century, meaning deviation from the long-term mean. Where we are deviating. Earlier, it was below, the green color. That means the average was less, right? But now, and it was fluctuating to some point, in the middle. And after around 75, 80, it started going up, and there is no point of going down. So that is posing a challenge, and I'll show you one graph what challenge we are facing. So perceiving climate change is very difficult because this is slow onset event. We don't actually feel it every day, okay? But what we can feel is the extreme events. That's the heat wave, that's the drought, that's the flooding, those kind of things. And if you look at globally what is happening, around the same time when that climate change is happening, so you can see the growth in the incidence of these extreme events globally. Okay, so the more if you look at the height of the bar, flood and extreme weather event, those are the two very significant events globally, because climate change actually reflects in terms of extreme events. Okay, that is one of the indicators. And if we look at the damages, I haven't put the damage graph here because I have a very short window, but you can translate these extreme events to the damage, and you can see how much damage you are actually getting from these climate change-related incidents. Another challenge, biodiversity loss. Look at what is happening. If you compare 1970 and today, so if you think 1970 is 100%, the biodiversity in terms of here is a living planet index, okay? So living things. So we are more or less about what? Around less than 30% is left. Meaning we depleted 70% of those the biodiversity. So look at how serious is the challenge that we're facing, okay? And why biodiversity is important? Because we rely on nature. If there is no natural resources, there is no clean water, there is no clean air, or there is no forest, think about life without those things. We're gone. Right? Our progress doesn't matter if we deplete these natural resources. So that's pretty much worrisome. The other one is air pollution. There are many types of pollution, but if you look at the air pollution and look at the hot spots, we are living in the hot spots, the South Asia. Okay? And why it is critical? Because air pollution is the third largest killer of the global population. About 6.7 million people die every year because of the air pollution. Okay? And see the hot spots. Where are those hot spots? Look at again the South Asia. The darker color is the more severe problem. So you are living in the hot spot of those things. And again, I said, air pollution is one of them. There are many other pollutions like water pollution, soil pollution, plastic pollutions that we can see everywhere. And if you look at this, you can realize the problem. What is happening to the plastics that we are using in day-to-day life? I don't have to explain anything. The figure tells, all the story. That's why we're worried. And if you look at where are the hot spots of the plastic pollution, again, our region comes to the first. So our region, South Asia, is in such a position that, as earlier we said, about what, 40% of the population living in the region, but also we are having all these challenges. Okay? So the question, global warming is going up, biodiversity is depleting, pollution is everywhere, but our income is going up and up. The question is, are we making a real progress? Is this the progress that we want? Is it sustainable? And if not, why not? How to address this? So let's look at the fundamental theory that we use in economics. Because, whatever we measure is something marketable, which has a price. We call it GDP, gross domestic product, right? Every country actually measures that. And the progress is measured by that indicator, the single indicator. And if you look at the inner circle there, so there are firms who produce goods and services, there are households who provide inputs. The basic, the mainstream economics actually looks at within that circle. What we don't account is what we extract from the nature. I'm calling it here biosphere, which is the whole natural system. So from there we get a lot of resources, like inputs for our day-to-day activities, like clean water, clean air, ecosystem services from the forest, from water, from the mountains, everywhere, right? So that resources that we're getting from nature are not priced. We are not putting into account, okay? The GDP does not include that. So there is a problem. Why we're depleting so fast, those resources. Not only that, what kind of waste we generate here in the top, what is this? So the waste that we generate also goes back to the nature. Again, we don't account for it. So we are circling inside, not looking outside the boundary, or what is our boundary, planetary boundary, and that's creating a whole problem. Okay? So if you want to address this issue, we need to start taking into account all the resources that we're using for our day-to-day activities. You also need to account for what kind of waste or pollution we're generating. That should be accounted for in depreciation. Meaning, we need to account for all three types of resources, or the capitals. So far, we are accounting for produced capitals, our roads and bridges and buildings and everything, right? But we don't account for natural capital, the stock of forest, the quality of the water, the soil fertility. These things are not accounted for. And also human capital, to some extent, is reflected. But, this third capital is not accounted for. So we really need to consider this third element if you want to make our planet sustainable or our activities sustainable. So if you put together what is happening in terms of growth, see, produced capital is going up and up, the first line. Human capital, slightly going up, but natural capital, nose diving. Okay? And without all three capitals, we cannot be sustainable. So to give you an analogy, what is happening is like this. Let's think about the earth as a water tank. And whatever it regenerates is coming up as inside, right? It's coming in, resource coming into us. And what we are taking out from the bottom is a big hole. So think about this system and think about how long it will last. It may not last long because the regenerative capacity of the system is very less, but we're extracting more and more, meaning our demand is much, much, much higher than the supply. Okay? And how much big? Scientists have actually estimated it. It is currently 1.6 times. The demand is 1.6 times higher than the supply, meaning if you want to sustain our activity that we are doing today, that's how much resource we need, 1.6 Earth. But unfortunately, we only have one Earth, meaning we are already overexploiting everything. Okay? That's where the problem is. So the excess demand is very high, so we need to address that issue. So GDP does not account for everything that we do, what we extract from the nature or what we dump into the nature. That should be addressed. And the third thing is our institutions and the system that we have today need to be reformed. They are not designed for addressing these issues, these challenges. There should be a very, drastic change and restructuring of our institutions, like a Ministry of Finance, how it actually accounts for its growth, or the central bank, okay? So what does it mean? Basically, introducing natural capital into national accounting system. So we are not putting it into practice now, right? So that is one of the solutions. Understanding limits to growth. We just always focus about 8% growth, 10% growth, right? So we are feeling that, there is no limit. We can go whatever we want, but that's not the case, okay? And understanding that nature can benefit if we frame it in economic terms. If we value those things, that like polluted air or the clean water, if we value it and put out into accounting system, that actually helps sustain our the natural system as well as the economy, because they are interlinked. So the good news is, in 2021, the UN system actually approved the sustainable accounting system. They call it System of Environmental Economic Accounting System, Ecosystem Accounting. Okay, so this system has been approved, and there have been now prototype, and some countries are practicing, and I hope sooner or later this will start in our countries also. Okay, but the question is, how to account for something that isn't bought and sold in the conventional way? So that is the big challenge when we want to put numbers into everything, develop, doing our accounting system. For example, the value of clean air. What's the value? There's no market for clean air. At least maybe there's a market for clean water we buy and sold, in the market. But clean air, still there is no market. And how to value that? I want to give you one example. If you look at outside your window this morning, did you see the mountains? How many people saw the mountain? None. Why? Pollution. See the cost that we're bearing? Because you are here for looking at these beautiful mountains, right? It's all over, all around. But we cannot see it because of the pollution that we are having here. And pollution comes from different sources. I'm not going to talk about that today, right? But there are sources of different types of pollutions. So if we want to include this ecosystem services in the accounting system, we need to understand this. There are two segments, if you can say, two colors. The blue color is basically what we call it, the physical account, which is not monetized, meaning stock of forest. How many hectares of forest you have? What is the quality of forest? Those kind of things, okay? That can be measured very easily, like a water quality, the quantity of water, those kind of things we can actually measure. And how much is the ecosystem service flow out of that? That can also be measured in physical terms, biophysical terms. But where we need different skills is to convert those biophysical, either stock or the flow, to monetary terms. Okay? That's where we need new skills. And environmental economists have been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, many decades. But that was actually not the mainstream economic. That's why I said the model that we are using for accounting our system is flawed. We need to change our grammar. We need to change our system so that these things can be reflected when you teach economics in undergraduate or the high school. That hasn't been taught, right? If you want to solve that problem, that should happen there. So we should begin from there. So challenges, as I said, there's a big challenge for accounting for those non-market goods and service, especially biodiversity pollution. Climate change is a little bit easier because we measure the amount of the carbon stock or the parts per million, how much it is concentrated, and all kind of things. There is a market, in some countries they are trying. But other things like biodiversity pollution, there is no market, big challenge. And for addressing these issues, we require interdisciplinary team. Because this issue is not like accounting issue. This is not just the economics issue. This is the whole system issue. That's why we need collaboration between natural scientists, economists, especially environmental economists, and the accounting professionals. So with that, I would like to end my talk. And if you're interested in looking at climate change and community resilience, we have published a book last year. It's open access. And it can be downloaded, freely. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mani Nepal sir, for your excellent presentation, and you have actually made me think. And I hope everybody in the audience must have thought something, because he just said we need to change our grammar. And you need to like account for the things that have no market. So basically, sir, I'm coming to it. I will ask firstly you in this very, basically how can be like grammar, as you said, the entire thought process you said, the way we are actually, Ministry of Finance, even whatever, everything needs to change. My question is, how that do you perceive like it can be done, like grammar change? So what is the solution that you could actually like recommend that we can actually implement? Anna?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so this is very challenging. That's why I said this is very challenging, but we don't have any excuse. If you want to, exist as a human, we need to find a way to address these challenges. So first thing is, we need to start changing our institution, the way we are thinking about the accounting and, the way we are thinking about our, the economy and all kind of things. Because, as I said, GDP is the major parameter. We need to start changing that. So currently, there is an alternative measures that is coming up called inclusive wealth indicators. Inclusive wealth actually includes all three types of capitals. What is happening to the natural capital, what is happening to the human capital, what is happening to the produced capital, right? If we start, but that is not still mainstream. That's why I'm saying we need to start changing our education system, where we train our people, our students. If we start from there in 10 years, 20 years, we have enough people who actually know how to handle these issues. If we don't do that, talking like in the conferences and these things, that won't solve the problem. But we really need to start changing our education system. That's what I mean when I said we need to change our institution. And also, Ministry of Finance actually is the most influencing ministry in any country, right? Whatever number they produce, we all believe. So that should start, they should also start changing it, including natural capital system in the reporting.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Now I'll come to Ramesh, sir. As you know, he was the chair of Security Exchange Board of Nepal, and he's also an entrepreneur. So he works in environment and is one of the hotels, one of the best hotels that he has is in the mountains. So sir, basically sustainable, and I know I'm also in the board of Sebon. So he is actually he was the lead in actually rolling a green bond and green financing projects, and then there's financial reporting requirements regarding ESG, which is incorporated in the system and which is yet to be rolled out, but it's already done. So, sir, as a chairman, former chairman of Security Exchange Board of Nepal, and also as an entrepreneur, so your perspective on sustainability and the green project that you had, please just share it across with everybody, and then I will follow up with the other questions if there's any.
So, thank you. Now, first of all, thank you so much, Dr. Mani Nepal, for enlightening us with this, wonderfully new concept, new wording, the lack of grammar. And I was resonating very well because my first international job was with the United Nations Environment Program in the Asia Pacific office in Bangkok, the regional office. So that's where I got the opportunity to embrace the reality of the biodiversity and the sustainability, the topics. And that was very early in my life. This was in 1999, so almost 25 years ago. So what we, at the time, I was working with the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and we were working with the 37 countries in Asia Pacific. And in fact, ICAN was one of our partners in Nepal and in this region. We funded a lot of ICAN projects in those days. What we believe here. So basically, we humans are very smart, intelligent. I think this one is working. There's a self-timer. So basically there is, we realized in the early days, there is a distinction between discussing, talking, and deliberating versus embracing. When you embrace fully the concept, that the economic growth has to resonate with the environmental protection and the whatever we do, economic activities in this world today, we must think about our future generation. That embracing is the key word. If we embrace, then the policymaker will make sure that that embracement will ensure that the protocols are developed in every economic activities. But if we just talk for the sake of talking, then obviously that embracing part will be missed out. So we started in those days, 1999, first time through the GIS satellite mapping, the entire global biodiversity mapping. That was, a starting period. So where we come today in terms of, I think what Dr. Manisar was talking about, in our economic growth, models, if we now start the natural capital as a primary factor, then obviously the ESG compliance and the sustainable reporting and both non-financial and financial and climate-related disclosures. As you know, the Securities Board of Nepal last year changed some regulation to enable the issuance of the green bonds. Because a lot of times in Nepal, we have not even understood why actually bond market is so critical. And especially the green bond market is so critical. Firstly, we are in our economic development model, we are so far left behind than the other, our sisters and brothers in this region. So we have, another layer of challenge anyway, because, we have to catch up on the very, even basic things. But on the other hand, because of these, sudden climate change and this, the effects of the, rising temperature and, melting glaciers, we have, added challenge to catch up on that as well. So we are in this vicious cycle. So this is where the policymakers in Nepal, all the regulators and the government especially, and the parliament, needs to embrace this reality. Not talk, but embrace the reality and make sure that all these fundamental changes that we need are implemented. For example, we have, brought up the legislation for the green bond issuance, but are we able to implement it? No, not yet. So we need directives. We need to work with the central bank. We need to work with the Ministry of Energy. We need to work with the, Ministry of Finance. But this intergovernmental body lack of coordination is a huge challenge that we've been facing traditionally and we continue to face today. So this is where I think because the infrastructure, the large-scale mega projects funding, we have natural, again, flaws in our, the procurement modeling, the longevity of those infrastructures, because if you continue to repair the damage, you're going to cause more harm to the environment. This, again, very subtle planning level. So, so business practices, obviously, are now gearing towards sustainability, obviously. But whether the government is, in sync with that or not, that is the, main challenge. So I think for the first time we started standard reporting format already. Standard reporting format, after 30 years of the evolution of the capital market. Now the second challenge that we need to overcome as ASAP is implementing it robustly and make sure that all the, at least capital market players and all the big players will, follow on the, obviously S1 and S2, in terms of S1, S2, the application and compliance will require some scalability because obviously there are not many those big companies in Nepal that can, gain those resources and capability and skill set and the quality of the data to ensure that, we fully comply with the S1 and S2. But we have to scale it up. maybe we need few, different models. We've been discussing with the in the last ISCO meetings as well as in Thailand. We were discussing about, for some developing countries like ours, we need to probably think about a few sort of scalable models where we can continue to build that expertise and the skill set and the data quality to transform into that the realistic level of the other markets, mature markets where they're achieving.
Thank you, Ramesh sir. And now come to Professor Leknath, and then he's a professor, and then I'm a son of a professor, retired to you, professor, so there's a respect already. So, sir, my question to you is like, our session is also focused on sustainable business practices. And Mani, sir, has actually enlightened me regarding the natural capital and the GDP that we have been we accountants always look at, okay, the other day I was talking about Nepal and I said we are in the first 50, you see, in the GDP growth rate, and I said, I realized that my statement was not right actually 2 days ago talking to the freshly qualified chartered accountant. So in my question to you is, with this natural capital, you are an economist and a PhD doctor, so you should enlighten all of us regarding since our session is also regarding the sustainable business practices in Nepal, we are doing something. So what is we are doing, and there must be some good things to take away from already. So we should be proud of something that is happening. I just want you to enlighten on that.
Okay. Actually, I think, first of all, Dr. Mani already discussed about the theoretical and practical aspect of this sustainability. Actually, in Nepal, we are in the very initial phase of realizing the matter of sustainability. We are not dealing much or practicing much in our behavior or in our practice, including business practices. We have yet to understand the different aspect of unsustainable practices. Okay, people in Nepal still think that there is only one kind of capital, that is financial capital. People ignore other type of capital. We economists always say that there are 5 forms of capital. Okay, among them, natural capital, social capital, human capital are to be considered. There is physical capital and there is financial capital. People are focusing to generate and understand these only. There is problem, I think. So business communities should also understand this fact, that sustainability might be termed as weak sustainability or strong sustainability. There is literature on that. Okay, we can substitute, if there is any depletion of natural capital, then this can be supplemented by other kind of capital like human capital, physical capital, like that. That is a kind of weak sustainability. And there is one important thing, that whether there is any technological solution of this kind of unsustainability or uneconomic growth, as Harman Daly says. Okay, actually there is need to be a very important understanding on whether we are achieving development which is actually economic. There is problem in understanding economic development because since we are not accounting many externalities or many negative impact of development process, and we are saying that we are having economic development. Actually, not having economic development, even in America or high economic growth countries, there are many such problems. They are generating such cost to the society or coming generation that cannot be actually sustained financing through our existing capacity. That is why we first of all try to understand and realize the issue. Every stakeholders of society, including businesses, firms, whether they are profit-making or they are giving social advantage in any way, they all should understand, realize that there is actual problem for humanity. This problem should be sorted out, and there is no excuse for that. We cannot wait for long. So we have to initiate our initiative, and we have to exercise our behavior or practices that will contribute to the long-lasting development, actually. Sustainable development in economic sense are generally known as long-lasting, but that is not sufficient. Okay, for a long-lasting development, these all kind of capital should be maintained at a certain standard level that we generally say to our students in our universities. We set our courses. We want to teach them and change the behavior of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Likhda sir. My now question goes to Bola sir. And then you are an advocate and in a legal practice, so my question will be related to law, basically. If I was just reading some literature, preparing for this, and then I realized that whatever legal requirements are there based on our commitments to international communities, whether it's Paris or whatever, we have followed many things. Like we have action plans were sent in 2016, short-term, long-term, whatever, and there's a strategy for zero carbon emission, etc. And then when I looked at it, it says there are many legal provisions already in place in Nepal, and also in Mulki, in way back Jung Bahadur Rana's time, you see, there was one provision where if you fell trees which are at public places, there were penalties to be canned and as well as jail and whatever for monetary terms. So what I'm saying is, sir, how are our laws structured? You are also a ESG training. You provide trainings to on ESG reporting. So my question is, with respect to our legal considerations or whatever legal arrangements here in Nepal and other places, and how are we placed, not only in Nepal but in the region, sir?
Thank you. Thank you, ICAN and everyone here to give the opportunity to be here. Sustainability is very much talked term for a long since its coining from our common future, which we popularly known as the Brundtland Commission report. And most talked matter means this is the most sensible issue also. And for us South Asian, this is more critical because we have a low coastal land like in the Maldives and Bangladesh, fragile mountainous ecosystem like in the Nepal and Bhutan, and vast diversities in other South Asian countries, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, everywhere. So this is much critical. And today we are also talking about this, mainly how to make this critical subject to be enforceable. That's why we're talking about the reporting standards. And in terms of sustainability, there is no doubt that there is a government role in top to address all these things. But equally, the private sector is also equally responsible to address this in the present context, especially to balance our planet and people and thinking profit accordingly. So this is very critical. And talking about the ESG, the coined term since 2004 when UN Global Compact introduced some norms for the private sector or business sector as well. And this is a process of integrating environmental, social and governance factor into the business process. And its importance we can learn from some experiences of the downfall because of the lack of the following the proper
governance, and other standards in the global context and in the Nepalese context as well. Like we can take the example of Enron because of collapsing because of the lack of the governance. And in our own case, Nepal Development Bank, we always talked about the pioneer in the development financial institutions, but that collapsed because of the governance issues. Now I focus on all the parts, environmental, social, and the governance issues. Now we know that the climate change is becoming more critical for all of us, and it's not in position to avoid, and there is a common but differentiated responsibilities, not only in terms of the country, but also in terms of the sector, like the government and private sector. So our policies are also framed accordingly in the global arena and as well as in the Nepalese context as well. Looking at the Nepalese context, by law, there is no such gaps in terms of the legal provision, like we have Environment Protection Acts that mandatorily requires to go through the environmental and the social assessment of the every project that are outlined under different 12 area, from hydropower to the hospital sector, from mining and minerals to the other manufacturing sectors, and even some service area like the tourism, education, especially medical education in different areas. But the problem is that those provisions are in implementation more from the formalistic requirement just to get through the project approval. That's a wrong practice. That's why the government through the different regulators now taking the matters with certain strategic alignment for the proper implementation. That's why those issues of the environmental, social, and the governance matters now continuously, effectively implementing in certain sectors. And in the implementation part, we see that the bank and financial institutions are in forward than to the other sectors. And for that purpose, the central bank role we observe very critical and important as well, because central bank introduced the environmental and social risk management guidelines in 2018, initially as a voluntary document, and later on it enacted this document as the mandatory document since 2020. Since then, every bank and financial institutions, while sanctioning of their financing to the business unit, every business unit, which has more than of the 10 million Nepalese rupees, and except to the core trading unit, every unit must apply to that environmental and social risk management process. And even the central bank requires the ENS reporting to the central bank in the regular manner. So we can say that this enforcement means the sustainability reporting part indirectly enforce in the financial sector. In other sector, this is in process. Just Ramesh sir also highlighted earlier that SEBON is a capital market regulator, now is being developed the sustainability reporting format as well, amongst the other different reporting formats as well. And in our case, some points we see lagging, that still in the structure level, like in the board structure, in the management structure of the business unit, still there is no provision of the sustainability committee and the proper sustainability reporting format. And recently, central bank, with coordination with the other regulators like the insurance authority, which regulates the insurance companies here in Nepal, and then SEBON, which regulates the entire listed companies, and then these three units, and then the Ministry of Forest and Environment developed the draft document of the green taxonomy that highlights the most of the issues which we talking here about the sustainability reporting. So in this turn, I conclude my view that in terms of legal and other provisions, we are not in lagging behind, but main problem is to implement, and the recent development of aligning all those things in the practical matters through the operating standards or the documents, it's in the process, we can say. For now, I can...
Thank you, Bola, sir. Now again, I will come to Mani, sir. Sir, how are we placed as per SDG then? When you look at all the 17 goals that we have, and if you just close your eyes and realize if we could meet all those, all the problems would be solved by 2030. But how are we placed? Not only Nepal, but our region, though there was something in your presentation, but how are we placed? And what do you see, whether it will change to now goal extend to 2040, or what will happen? So as per you. Anna?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is a very excellent question, and everybody is wondering what is happening to SDGs. So globally, what we're realizing is because of that, the break in the progress because of the global pandemic, every country actually came back, and in some cases reversing the progress that has been made for the last 10 years. That's what the reports have been saying. So just for this example, I read a report. What it says is, in India alone, about, I don't know, around 70 million people actually slide back to poverty because of the COVID. So look at the scale of the impact that we faced because of that, global pandemic, right? So, and then the impact of COVID hasn't been actually properly analyzed in larger scale to look at actually whether we will be able to meet those goals that are set for 2030. But what I can say is, because of that, the external factor, the global pandemic, our progress has been, scaled back. It's so it needs to be put a lot of efforts to attain that. But one thing, what I want to say is, if you look at, I don't know how many of you know that, in 2021, there was a report called Economics of Biodiversity, the Dasgupta Review. I put some of the slides from there. And the statement that I made is actually comes from the report. That's not my statement. We need to change the grammar of what we're doing. Okay, so what it says is basically the sustainable goals themselves are not sustainable. So that's the challenge we're facing, okay? So those goals itself are not sustainable because we don't realize how much resources we need to meet those goals. There is no account for that one. If you do that, if you ignore all the information, all the resources that we need to meet all those 17 goals, and it's difficult to say that these goals are itself sustainable. That's what I can say.
Thank you, sir. And then I have a follow-up question, basically. Way back, 5-10 years ago, it was 2010, I think, I just worked for Red Plus project with EC Mode, and then the idea was because of forest, whatever, then we were selling carbon credit, getting funding, and it was equitable distribution of that funding that we are getting out of selling credit. What is the progress in that? Because at that time I realized that though the rate was higher, we're getting lesser payment. We as Nepal was getting, the rate was $23. We are getting UN, we're buying for $6-7. And then the funding was created, and I was involved in equitable distribution and the guideline preparation part of it. So how is the situation? Whether we are getting the real price that we should get, sir?
That was actually, they implemented as a small project for piloting for 3-4 years with the funding of the, I think, Norwegian government. That's what you are referring to. That was just to look at, if you provide resources to the rural people, basically those who are conserving forests, whether there will be any additionality in terms of storing more carbon in the forest. Okay, so and that period was very short, like a 3 years window, and you don't see any change in forest carbon in 3 years window. And after that, the funding is gone. That's why we don't have the institutions that support those kind of the research and understanding and learning, because it takes a long-term perspective, and we got funding for a short window, like a 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. So other than that, there is no much progress. But I think government of Nepal is using those understanding studies for further understanding whether we can implement that or not, or what are the benefits, what are the challenges.
Okay.
So those kind of things.
Thank you. Thank you. I inculcated or I introduced funding into our discussion because I wanted to go to Ramesh Nepal, Ramesh Amalsas again, sir again. Sir, when we whatever documentation that I go through there, this global warming is there's a target of 1.5 degree before pre-industrialization, and which is difficult to meet. And then there are countries who have gained from it, and there are countries who are just trying to develop. If you look at our listed companies list, first 25 companies, 70% of the companies are bank and financial institution in our country, whereas if you look at in India or Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, it's not that case. There are other entities who are actually heading the charge, though Nepal Telecom is actually the #1 company by market cap in Nepal. So, and then there's this collective responsibility of everybody. But there are people like us we are yet to because the roads, if you come, some of you have come from Kathmandu by road, I'm one of them, driving, then you realize we are still building roads. And then we have to fell trees. So basically what I'm saying is how this funding, green bond, whatever, how this funding, will get financed for whatever requirement. If you look at the long-term strategy, there are 3 parts, which is if we go, the wordings are different, but we have billions of dollars of requirement to actually meet our sustainable needs. I'm not only talking about everything that Mani Nepal sir said, that the natural capital which is getting down. So my question is, how the funding would be arranged? Your view, sir.
Thank you.
You are also an entrepreneur, so I know you have.
Thank you. This is exactly the point we should be talking about, because at the end of the day, the financing, the viability, the financing access is critical for Nepal's progress into the future that we all aim for. At the level of financing today available domestically and FDIs, as we know, Nepal's performance we're not proud of at all. For decades, we are one of the least FDI attracting countries, not only this region, but globally as well. And there is, no chance of any, incremental progress there. We need to make a leapfrog progress on that particular aspect. This is why, if you remember, I came back to Nepal in 2016. I was in 20 years mostly in Southeast Asia. And from the day I came to Nepal, I've been talking about long-term financing options, tools, protocols, like the bonds. A very vibrant bond market is still non-existent in Nepal. And I believe any country's long-term economic, the growth potential would not be materialized if there is not a long-term fixed rate funding mechanism. Because no country will progress on the basis of variable interest rate. That flexibility no one can afford. No financial planner can afford what is my interest rate going to be in 15 years down the line. I am doing the calculation today, my economic modeling, on the basis of certain assumption. What is my interest rate going to be? What is my debt service going to be? And if that is suddenly twice, then how is that project is going to be feasible? So first and foremost, we must start immediately the implementation and very vibrant implementation of the bond market in Nepal. Without this viable bond market, the infrastructure financing gap will continue to grow. We are at the level of about $5 billion annually already, and it will continue to grow. Because if we don't make the progress in the next few years, that will be also added onto that. So in terms of the second part is the private equity and venture capital ecosystem. If you see why India's economy is so diversified today, especially in the last 10 years, they've made monumental progress. Because they did a lot of things right in many of these critical areas, such as the long-term viability of the funding access, the private equity and venture capital ecosystem. India is last for the 10 years attracting at least $25 billion annually just in private equity venture capital ecosystem. Now, just imagine what does that do to the economy. People are creating wealth responsibly, and the economy is at the same time naturally being diversified because there is so much innovation in products and services. Because without that ecosystem, product and service innovation would not happen. Bank is a good model. Banks are one of the pillars of the economy. But sometimes we get wrong because we think that that's the only option. No, that's only one of the pillars. The other highways are private equity and venture capital. What we call in America angel funding. Angel funding is, without angel funding, Google's and Microsoft or Apple, none of these companies will be today what we hear today. Trillion-dollar companies became viable not by the banks, but by that angel funding model. The third thing that I'd like to talk about is, in terms of this financing and this sustainability, when we, everything that we do, from this point on going forward, we must combine these. We must embrace. That's what I said, embrace. What I say, there is also the role of the professional, like chartered accountants, valuation experts, engineering service providers. All of these professionals also carry certain, obligation and responsibilities, and individually and collectively, if we all become conscious and responsible in our own activities, we can also make a lot of, these incremental progress just by being conscious. I give you some examples. As I gave introduction, I worked in the United Nations Environment Program. Had I not worked to, have the STPs, sewage treatment plants, but we never did a project without a, state-of-the-art STP, where we ensured actually, although the government requirement was not there, that's because of the conscience, because the leadership had the conscience, because I had made my decisions deep in my soul that when I will carry the project, I will not be responsible. I will be totally responsible to my future generations and to the planet that I live. So I made that conscious decision as a leader, and I made sure that those instincts are within the SOPs, because every business organization, especially private sector organizations, carry very strong standard operating procedures. So in our SOPs, as the leader, I can instill those fundamental protocols to ensure that environmental aspects are not neglected. I give you a second example. Like you mentioned, when I was doing the Dhulikhel project from 2018, this is the first international quality 5-star hotel project in Nepal. But there was a great challenge because, we had the topography was very challenging. This is a young mountain. There were almost 40 meters drop between the top level to the bottom level. Now, had I been irresponsible and ignorant in terms of the environmental consciousness, I would build traditional RCC structure for all the retaining walls. But that would not be good for the environment, and that would not be good for the local ecology. And because our project was actually outside the Kathmandu urban areas, still by the government Nepal's EIA protocols, STP was not required. It was not mandatory. But I have installed here as well in Dhulikhel the world's best technology STP that guarantees WHO level discharge of the treated water. I'm doing that, although government regulation does not actually make it mandatory. The second thing we did was just talking about conscience and little progress we can make individually. This is all, I'm not trying to boast myself.
Yeah.
So please, forgive me for that. I'm just trying to make the case that if we are individually realistic and collectively responsible, we can all make some incremental changes that will, congregate into some, big progress. But we all need to make our steps, consciously from our side.
Yeah.
So second example I gave was that I did a lot of research on those, terrain development. And I came across one Italian technology. This is a very long, 250 years old Italian technology that builds, big, retaining walls with natural soil stabilization techniques. Because I'm an engineer as well, so I can understand engineering as well as, finance and combine them. So we introduced first time in Nepal that Italian technology. It's called terra mesh technology. We built that. Basically, it avoids the concrete. It avoids these, reinforcement steels. Basically, we use the same soil, compress it, and put some geofiber grades, which is recyclable materials, and come to that point. So this is basically very good for the earthquake because this is a flexible structure. And in fact, when the Nepal Army was leading the fast track project, I was invited in one of the meetings, and I advised them at that time that the Sikkim airport, when they built, they applied the same technology. The natural soil stabilization techniques to build the high retaining walls, basically high, fencing. And we also have the same in fast track projects. There are a lot of, ecological challenges. But I don't know whether we have applied those principles.
Sir,
my suggestion was to apply for those natural soil stabilization techniques. That will be less costly, and it will also, for seismic 5 zone like Nepal, will ensure that there will be less vulnerability in terms of the exposure. Thank you.
Yeah. I have in my plan, there's 2 questions to be asked for the next 2 gentlemen, but my time is also ending, so I'll open the floor if you have any questions, and then if there's any questions, we'll address, and then I will go back to them. So, floor is open. Please come up with questions if you have any to any of our any of our dignitaries here. Otherwise, I have questions to ask them. Any question from anybody? I have deliberately not tried to touch upon sustainability reporting, because this next session that I could see people already around, they're talking about reporting. And that is our accountant's perspective, you see. So I'm talking with economists and advocates here. So, sir, you have a question? There are two hand reason. Eksin garau hai यहाँ छिटो.
My name is Ashfaq Tula. Actually, I tend to agree with you that sustainability can only come once we have some fixed parameter for any project. Like you have cited this example of a fixed rate of interest. But there is darker side of it. You reverse the coin and then you can see the flip side of it. Basically, if we fix the return or maybe interest rate for maybe 10, 15, 20 years, either the depositor has to pay from it, or government from its exchequer or from the tax money has to pay from it. So the sustainable project needs to be evaluated in terms of the sustainability of its earning and its flexibility as well. From economic perspective, being a student of economics, I think the main point to be pondered while installing any project is sustainability from the perspective of earning. The best project one can install is the repayment based on the foreign currency. Like as you have narrated that $5 billion worth of increase in economic size is happening, either you have to fund from the debt and increase your debt servicing and consequently your tax revenues. So in my humble view, basically what we have to do, we have to create a benchmark and a break-even, you can say, between, you have to just create a balance between two. Just ignoring this aspect and just making available financing at a lower rate will not contribute that much for the sustainability, economic sustainability of any project. Human side is good. Yes, if you have some social project, as you have narrated, then you can consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Tula sir. But this is not a question about view. So we take note of that. Uta pachadi. If there's anybody, please raise your hands, because I'm running 7 minutes left. So there are 2 hands raised, reason. So I don't want to do it like last.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes.
It's me, Dipendra Timil Sena. Can I speak in Nepali or?
Huncha, you can speak in Nepali.
Okay, thank you, sir. For giving me the permission. मेरो क्वेसन भन्दा पनि सानो जिज्ञासा मात्रै यहाँ चाहिँ हुन त यहाँ प्रवीण सर मोडरेटर नै हुनुहुन्छ, विशेष गरी हजुरलाई नै एउटा सानो जिज्ञासा पनि अब चाहिँ हामी यो ड्यू टु क्लाइमेट चेन्जको इम्प्याक्टहरूको कारणले क्लाइमेट चेन्जको इम्प्याक्ट चाहिँ यो ह्युमन कजेसहरूको कारणले गर्दा हो भन्ने कुरामा क्वेसन छैन, किन भन्दा यो लाखौँ वर्षभन्दा यतापट्टि आएको पृथ्वीको ग्लोबल वार्मिङ र 200 इयर्स यता इन्डस्ट्रियल रिभोल्युसन पछाडि आएको ग्लोबल वार्मिङ र बायोडाइभर्सिटीमा भएको लसेसको कारणले गर्दा लसेसको क्षतिलाई हेर्दा चाहिँ यो ह्युमन कजको कारणले गर्दा नै ग्लोबल वार्मिङ र यसको लसेस भइरहेको छ भन्ने कुरामा कुनै डाउट पनि रहेन। र अब एज अ नेपालको कुरा गर्दा चाहिँ अब नेपाल हामी हाइली भुलनरेबल कन्ट्रीमा पनि छौँ र हुँदाहुँदै पनि अब हामीलाई यसको एडप्टेसन र मिटिगेसनको लागि ह्युज फन्डिङ चाहिँ चाहिन्छ र हामी डेभलपिङ कन्ट्रिज भएको कारणले गर्दा यसको आफ्नै लिमिटेसन्सहरू पनि छन्। र अनि हाम्रो डाक्टर मणि नेपाल सरले राख्नुभयो कि त्यसमा मेन इस्युजहरूमा एउटा इन्स्टिट्युसनल फर्मेसनको कुरा पनि उहाँले उठान गर्नुभएको थियो र मेरो आदरणीय गुरु प्रोफेसर डाक्टर लेखनाथ सरले पनि त्यो एकाडेमिक सेक्टरमा यसको सस्टेनेबिलिटीको कोर्सेसहरू भर्खरै इम्प्लिकेसन्समा गइरहेको छ भन्नुभएको थियो। अब आइक्यानको कुरा गर्दा अब हामी त यहाँ सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिपोर्टिङमा छौँ, अब जबसम्म बिजनेस प्र्याक्टिसेसमा त्यसको इम्प्लिकेसन या प्र्याक्टिसेस सही हुँदैन, यो हामीकोमा ग्रिन फाइनेन्सिङ या ट्याक्सोनोमी अफ फाइनेन्सिङ ग्रिन फन्डको प्र्याक्टिसेसहरू भर्खरै सुरु भइरहेको छ। अब त्यसलाई चाहिँ जब प्र्याक्टिस राम्रो भएन भने हाम्रो रिपोर्टिङ पनि नराम्रो हुन सक्ला हैन। त्यो भएर आइक्यान एउटा छिटो छरितो बडी हो, कम्पेरेटिभली नेपालका युनिभर्सिटीहरूको बडी भन्दा आइक्यान चाहिँ एउटा छिटो छरितो बडी हो। त्यो भएर हामी आफ्नो साइडबाट प्रोफेसनल इन्स्टिट्युसन अर्को साइडबाट र एकाडेमिक इन्स्टिट्युसनहरू आफ्नो साइडबाट जाँदा एकदम ढिला पनि हुन्छ। त्यो भएर आइक्यानले चाहिँ कसरी एकाडेमिक संस्थाहरूसँग युनिभर्सिटीहरूसँग छिटोभन्दा छिटो यसलाई कोर्समा इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन गर्ने र हाम्रा रिपोर्टिङ स्ट्यान्डर्ड चाहिँ भर्खरै 2टा चाहिँ अब इम्प्लिमेन्टिङ फेजमा छन् भनेर छ, त्यसलाई कसरी छिटो इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा ल्याउने र एकाडेमिक कोर्सेसहरूमा कसरी छिटो इन्बिल्ड गर्ने भन्ने कुरामा आइक्यानको यहाँको चाहिँ अहिलेसम्मको अलिकति अपडेट गराइदिनुहुन्छ कि भन्ने जिज्ञासा।
Thank you. That question was for me, so I'm going to answer that. As there's another question, so we take both and then we'll answer. Yeah, sir.
My name is Dr. Salimuddin, the president of the ICMAB. Actually, we are talking about the sustainability reporting a lot, including the standard setter and the framework and the sustainability standard. But what I think, we have to focus the free sustainability reporting, that is I am talking about the business sustainability. Okay, then my question, not the question, observation is very simple. If you just consider the business sustainability, if the accounting, professional accounting will work to improve or to making the business sustainable and remove the 4C, there is the 4C, the challenges both in the sustainability reporting and the business sustainability. 4C, just we can work to mitigate the cost, mitigate just contradiction and the confusion and the complexity. The observation, what's the opinion of the panelists? Thank you so much.
So basically it's not, I will ask the question asked about ICAN and then that's for me and the panelist has to answer. His question is, sustainable business, as I could like, sustainable business, we need to consider that before we talk about sustainable reporting. So I'll go to Leknath, Professor Leknath sir, because he's in my list for the question, sir. Sir, sustainable business नै चाहिन्छ कि भन्ने उहाँको प्रश्न छ। त्यसको बारेमा विचार गर्नुपर्यो।
Yeah, it's a good opinion, I think. Actually, the economic activity in the world mostly run in private sector. And there is also government-run institutions. So whatever standard is made, whether they are compatible with business practices or their return, this is very important. So I think any standard, any practice, or any rule and regulation that should be that should be formed on the basis of stakeholder participation, and stakeholder consensus is the most important thing in this world of democracy. Okay, so anything government can impose, but that cannot be actually enforced. Okay, if there is no consent of the stakeholders. That is why, as an educator, I am focusing on the sustainability issue. First of all, to be acknowledge or understand and practice. That should be the major agenda. Any rule, regulation, or any maybe enforcement by any authority may not be actually realized. So realization comes from understanding, feeling, as Dr. Hamal said earlier, that he have exercised his business practices based on his own understanding, even though there was no rule, such rule. So they actually matter. So in this sense, in terms of business, I want to say only two prescriptions for sustainable practice. One, reducing the emission or waste, what we call them as cost. Yes. Okay, that will increase the cost for our living. Another business house or activities should consider the life of resources that they use, and they adopt their business. Okay, their business would be sustainable if they are conscious about preservation of life of resources, especially natural resources, okay, or maybe physical resources as well. So these two recommendation, or these two way forward should be followed by business, and all the things should come onto the institution. Okay, everything should be institutionalized. This is very important thing these days, because we say that in Nepal there is no problem of money, funding, etc., but there is problem of governance. Okay, governance is a matter of institution, and institutions are not actual organization. They are the rule of game. Rule of game, as Dr. Mani said, are very important thing. But may not be they are formal. Some informal institution may help much. For example, Eleanor Ostrom said that in Nepal, farmers manage irrigation projects are far better sustainable than engineers manage irrigation project. Okay, that is very important thing to understand. So we should acknowledge the indigenous practices, and we should promote the indigenous institutions so that our institutional mechanism, or maybe enforcement, maybe any penalty or any tax, these all could be actually realized in practice. I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one question, the last one. Sorry for the late, he has already raised his hand earlier. एउटा दिउँ त त्यहाँबाट बोले नि हुन्छ साथी Mike. Santo sir. त्यही रहेछ.
Hello everyone. My name is Suwan Gurung. So this question is for the entire panel. Anyone who could answer. There are global markets emerging at the moment in the sustainable industry, like the carbon market, and there are maybe other industries that are emerging as well. So what kind of opportunities are available for private institutions and or non-profit organizations in the global market, and what can somebody in Nepal do to participate in it? So Dr. Mani also mentioned that Red Plus was a project which was abruptly ended. So what kind of projects have you seen that have been successfully executed in Nepal? Thank you.
I think I can answer those basically. So I will. So one question was regarding ICAN. What ICAN is doing regarding sustainable education, including sustainable practices in our syllabus, whatever. So for those who are ICAN members, you know, we are revising our syllabus, which will happen from 2024. And then in the revised syllabus, sustainability and PFM is included at many places. So these are for students. And then we have a PDC committee, and in that PDC, I also, as a VP, participate in that committee. So we are talking about, since sustainability is something that we as an ICAN has just started. There's a sustainability reporting committee which is formed only this year, and I chair that committee. So basically, we are talking about the things that he has said. So something is happening, and you'll see that the result will come. Regarding this question about Red Plus, it was question asked by me to sir. So basically, what happens is, like Ishimod what he said was that Red Plus project is going on. It's not that it ended. Ishimod partnership, what he said, Dr. Mani Nepal said, was Ishimod partnership was for a couple of years, or 3-4 years, and that project ended. Ishimod and Red Plus, whatever, is ended. But in Bon Mantralaya, in the Ministry of Forest Affairs, it is ongoing. And then credit market, carbon market, you see, an NGO, whatever you said. My firm, I hail from a firm where I've been working since my entire professional life. And we have just been engaged in an assignment we were impressed that the NGO has got a proposal for funding from the World Bank, and that NGO basically is actually collecting the waste plastic, and they're producing granules which will be used for the footpath, whatever. So Kathmandu municipality, metropolitan city, is actually buying those, importing those things from abroad, and then that project within 1 year will produce all those requirements locally, and we don't need to import. And then this entire plant is being funded by the World Bank. So there are avenues. You need to have your eyes and ears opened, and then you'll see. And if there's anything specifically, if you want me, you can always talk to me. And one of my partners is sitting here, who is actually, I cannot sign any balance sheet these days because my COP is suspended, as you know. So my other partner who is actually doing it, who is in the crowd somewhere, I can link it to him, and then he'll manage. Finally, we are already 6 minutes over time. So I would like to conclude. Thank you, everybody. Bola sir, sorry I could not come to you again. We are running out of time. The thing is, there are few good things happening in Nepal. Renewable energy, renewable energy. We are one of the cleanest energy consuming country in the whole world, I think. So basically, 99% of our energy is clean energy. It's not cleanest of the energies because we fell trees to actually build dams. But most of our projects are ROR. So we're one of the cleanest energy consuming countries. But still we need to import energy. And household pollution is something which is also contributing to global warming that all of you know. And then we are living in a place where our neighbors and us are more than 35 or 40% of the entire world population. Every household generate carbon, and we also generate it. For us, I mean Nepali ko lagi,
for us Nepalis. It's very important because, why? Because our GDP, if you look at the revenue that we generate, the GDP, though Mani Nepal has said, don't talk about GDP all the time, but still our GDP, if you look at it, it's all, most of it is directly linked with environment. Our hydropower is linked with environment. Pokhara, Fevatal is linked with environment. Mountain is linked with environment. So tourism is linked with environment. Our agriculture, forest, every major contributor of our economy is directly linked with the environment. And something fails, will be hit the most. That's why our Prime Minister, when he went to COP27 Dubai, he said, give us funding. You see, we require funding. I wanted to just mention that. Thank you, everybody, for, and this is a session, if you continue, you can talk all day and then you will not feel bored. But still, we are already running 9 minutes late. I would like to conclude. Thank you, everyone, for being attentive. Thank you, everybody. Great.
Thank you, our distinguished panelists, session chair and paper presenter, for your insightful contributions to this enlightening session. Your expertise and wisdom have truly enriched our understanding, and we're sincerely grateful for the opportunity to have attended. And we request our respected sirs to just hold on for a minute.
Now it is our turn to express our gratitude. Thank you, everybody, for such an insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a special token of appreciation to be presented to our distinguished dignitaries. May I please request the ICAN President, CA Sujan Kumar Kafle, for doing this honor.
CA Sujan Kumar Kafle will be presenting the first memento as a token of appreciation to Mr. Tisan Subasinghe, who is the keynote speaker of our today's conference. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Tisan for his remarkable keynote speech.
Similarly, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to request our President, sir, to kindly hand over token of appreciation to the moderator of this session, CA Praveen Kumar Jha.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to CA Praveen Kumar Jha for his exceptional moderation of this session. Let us all give him a huge round of applause.
Now to our panelist and paper presenter, Dr. Mani Nepal, lead economist at ICAN. Thank you, sir, for the great pool of knowledge and information that you've shared with us during the session.
Next to our panelist, Mr. Ramesh Amal, former Chairman 7. It's a matter of great pride and pleasure to have you here, and you have shared your valuable insights.
Next, we have Mr. Bholanath Dhungana, an advocate. Thank you, sir, for your immense knowledge and valuable pool of information and insights you brought to this floor.
Now, at last but not the least, Professor Dr. Leknath Bhattrai, Professor of Economics at TU. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate the valuable sharings that you contributed to this session. I request all the panelists to forward for a group photo session. Let's have a huge round of applause for session chair, panelists, and the paper presenters.
Respected President of ICAN, will you please join our photo session? Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first session for the day that was themed at sustainability. and its background. Now we will be moving towards the second technical session for the day, where our esteemed panelists will be steering us through this enlightenment journey of adopting and implementing sustainability reporting standards.
The International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS, have expanded to encompass sustainability, reflecting the growing global awareness of the importance of ESG factors in business operations. Two significant standards, IFRS S1 and IFRS S2, have emerged on this front. IFRS S1 focuses on general sustainability-related disclosures, while IFRS S2 deals specifically with climate-related disclosures. These standards have come into the picture to provide a structured framework for companies to report on their sustainability initiatives, impacts, and risks, thereby enhancing transparency and accountability.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for our next sessions with the seating arrangements, I would like to let you know that the upcoming session has been meticulously crafted to explore the necessity and advantages of embracing sustainability reporting standards. We'll delve into understanding the prerequisites, shortcomings, and obstacles encountered in executing these standards, along with emphasizing the imperatives of collaborative efforts from enforcing and regulatory bodies for the seamless implementation. Joining us for these insightful discussions are experts who will shed light on the significance of sustainability reporting, the current landscape, and the path forward. Prepare to engage in an enlightening discourse that aims not only to elucidate the importance of sustainability reporting, but also to inspire concerted action towards its implementation.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we welcome our session chair and moderators on the stage, I'd like to invite upon the stage the Vice President of ICAN CA, Praveen Kumar Jha sir, to welcome our distinguished guest on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this journey to unravel the intricacies of sustainability reporting standards, please join me in welcoming our distinguished moderator for this session, CA Dr. Rajkumar Satyanarayan Adukia sir. Dr. Adukia is a Central Council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He has authored over 350 books and is the winner of the National Book Honor Award 2018. He has also served as a member of prestigious committees such as IFAC PAIB and IFRS SMEIG London. He was a member of the IFRS SME board from 2016 to 2018 and served on the IFSC committee for 4 years.
Similarly, it will now be turn of our panelist and paper presenter to come onto the stage. May I please welcome CA Bidur Luitel. CA Luitel is a fellow member of ICAN with more than a decade of professional expertise, especially in the field of NFRS implementation. He is also serving as a member of Sustainability Reporting Committee at ICAN and technical consultant at Accounting Standard Boards at ICAN.
With equal pleasure, I invite another panelist. He is Mr. Sabir Ahmed, FCA. Mr. Ahmed, who is currently serving as a council member of ICAB, has also served as the Vice President of ICAB for the year 2020 and council member of ICAB during 2019 and 2021. He is also a chair of Safa Committee on Professional Ethics and Independence and has worked as Kappa Audit Group for the term 2020 to 2023. He brings in more than 2.5 decades of professional experience.
Similarly, the next panelist to grace us with his presence is Mr. Muhammad Ali Latif. Mr. Latif is currently serving as a council member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan. He has served as president of ICAP, council member of ICAP since 2017. He is president of Pakistan Institute of Public Finance Accountants during 2018 to 19. He has over 20 years of experience in the field of accounting and auditing. He is also serving as a non-executive director on the board of State Bank of Pakistan.
Lastly, we look forward to presence of our last panelist, CA Surendra Shrestha. CA Surendra Shrestha is currently serving as Council Member and Chairperson of the Standard Implementation Review Committee at ICAN. He has also been serving as a Council Member of ICAN since 2018 and was a member of Safa ITAC Committee during 2022 to 2023. He has also presented papers in various national and international conferences.
A very warm welcome to all our panelists. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to brief our session chair on the time allocation. So we have allotted 1 hour and 15 minutes for the entire session, 20 minutes for panel presentation, 40 minutes for panel discussion, and a 15-minute for question and answer session.
Now, without further ado, it is my honor to introduce our session chair, CA Dr. Rajkumar Adukia sir, who will lead us through this engaging and insightful discussion. Please join me in handing over the floor to Dr. Adukia sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. The dignitaries in the audience, a moving encyclopedia on sustainability on dais, and respected colleagues. I would like to congratulate ICAN, President Sujan Kafleji, whole council. Sustainability is going to be the order of the day. If any one of us, those who are present and those who are not present, if we pick up this subject only for our practice, 100%, we will be making trillion of US dollar, billion of US dollar. The consultancy size, why I am giving this background, because unless we know that what money we can make in this area, the enthusiasm and the interest do not develop. You know, development of country, development of the world, all this is okay. But the first thing is how we can develop ourselves. So the consultancy world market is 8 billion US dollar. That is as on today. And this is going to be 16 billion US dollar in next 5 years. So, you know, some questions I was seeing in session 1, what one can do in sustainability. You know, I have made a list of 60 areas what one can do in sustainability. The first most, you know, which we say that look at the watch of the client and tell the time. So that is consultancy. So greenhouse gas statement making, computation. Then, you know, we had a talk sustainable business, how the business can be sustainable. So the ESG metrics and score making, then carbon trading. So there are, we can be advisor to the province, advisor to the country, and this is a global area of practice. All 193 countries in the world. And I invite each one of you, those who want to know more on this from me, I have unlimited time, you know, with all humbleness. And I will discuss in detail how one can make money. So one can give my share after they make 10 million US dollar, 50 million US dollar. Coming to this session, which is in sequence, you know, that what we discussed, the sustainable economy and sustainable business practices in session 1. Session 2, though the title is 2 Accounting Standards on Sustainability. Now we have learned, you know, there are more than 80 plus, you know, 4 names which we have learned in IFRS. IFRS, IAS, SIC interpretations, that means before 2000, so still continuing, and IFRIC interpretations. So we have 4 names in IFRS, IAS, IFRS, SIC interpretations, IFRIC interpretations. And now we have new set of standards in a non-financial reporting, so we have added 1 alphabet more which is the first alphabet of sustainability, IFRS S1 and IFRS S2. In auditing, IAASB has made about 50 standards. And then we have quality control and audit, review, other assurances, and agreed upon procedure work. Now we will have new set of standards, starting with ISSA 5000. There is already a modification in 3000 ISA because that was for other assurances. And we have a standard on greenhouse gas statement 3410. So both in accounting and auditing. So this also gives, another thing is, my experience, which is of more than 4 decades, I become very happy. I dance when things becomes complex or when new things are introduced, because they bring lot of opportunities. There are, settled practitioners, though they do not have a time to read a new subject. So those who are looking for new opportunities, the new area which is taking a birth, this is a new animal, this is a new dinosaur, and different names have come. We had People, Profit, Planet, Triple P. We had sustainability for a long time. And now we have ESG, environmental sustainability, environment, social and governance. And there are many more names, there are many more standard makers. So if the complexity is more, the opportunity is more, it's abundant. Now with this initial remarks of mine, and I'll keep a track of time for the organizers, because in Hindi there is a saying, "Bhukhe bhajan na hoy Gopala." So the food for stomach is equally important or more important than food for mind, because that is the pre-requirement. So we will see that we finish the session in time. So may I request, the Nepal encyclopedia on IFRS, sustainability, CA Bidur Luitel to tell us on S1 and S2. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For next 20 minutes, I'll be talking about implementing and adapting sustainability standard S1 and S2. So moving on. So we'll be basically covering what is sustainability, what is S1 and S2, what Nepal has been doing, how international community has adopted sustainability standard, and what are the challenges that we'll be facing on adopting this standard, and how can we move forward. To start with, I have one slide to share with you all. So there is one company that produce soft drinks, that basically produce soft drinks by using concentrated syrup and water. The company might have preserved the concentrated syrup formula for many years. But what about water? What about if there is no water in future? What about if there is no such quality of water in future? Will the company be earning the same profit? Will the lender be available to give the same loan to that company? How will we treat the company
if the company produce soft drinks only based on the water and concentrated syrup. So basically, the sustainability concern is regarding when there is no water. For example, I'm just talking about one particular aspect in this context. So the company and the stakeholder would be more concerned regarding the change in quality of water, availability of water, and pricing, at what price that the water will be available for that particular company over the period of time. The main concern for sustainability is not just only the sales price, sales that has been reported in the financial information. We also need more non-financial information like the quality of water, availability of water, and how much water it has been extracting, and what is the permission, what liter per day it has been permitted by the government. That has to be disclosed in the financial statement along or in a similar financial statement alongside. That is now the core interest of the stakeholder. So connecting the dots, what is sustainability? The traditional financial accounting increased the transparency and accountability, but there is no linkage between environment, social, and governance aspect in those financial. So we desperately need them. The stakeholder need that. So heavily reliant on financial information may not give a complete picture of that company. So there are many aspects that we can be talking around regarding the climate, regarding the environment, regarding the social cause and governance aspect. So I'd like to share another slide with you. Every year, S&P generate a list of most valued company in the world. It publishes a list, S&P 500. And it values the company based on different parameters, more tangible and intangible parameters. So as we can see, in beginning of 1975, the tangible aspect of the company valuation was 83%, and intangible aspect was 17%. So it has been increased to 90% on the intangible aspect of valuation. So how Apple is valued, how Microsoft is valued is now considered as intangible aspect. So intangible aspect is basically environment, social, and governance aspect. Regarding there are also many other aspects, but majority of things come under these three major topics. So as we can see that the S&P has already mentioned that intangible aspect of the company provides more contribution to its value. So we cannot neglect the non-financial and intangible aspect of the companies. So moving on to few things on the ESG side. What is environment? Means how the company and how the organization has been making impact on the planet regarding its climate policy, pollution, waste management, and other natural resources conservation, greenhouse gas emission, and something. Regarding the social side, how the employee, how the community, how the outside people has been treated by the company. So it includes basically how inclusive the company is, how diversification has been managed by the company, has company been fighting against the racial, gender, and other discrimination or not. So it has to be one of the part that has to be disclosed in sustainability report. The other thing is governance. In previous session also, the panelist has mentioned the serious concern regarding the governance issue. How transparent the leader has been chosen, how transparent the leader has been disclosing the conflict of interest matter, what are the best practices, honest practices they have been doing, have they been clearly disclosing the fact or not. This has been missing in our financial information, financial statement since long. So sustainability requires this information to be disclosed in the financial statement or any such term report. So there are some differences, so I'm not going into this because I have to finish my slide by 20 minutes, as my chair has already been looking the words. So sustainability report means that sustainability data is presented in a systematic way so that it can be compared with the past and progress concerning the selected target can be measured. So sustainability is all about measuring the past and projecting the prospect based on non-financial data and information. So why is S1 and S2 now? There has always been some reporting regarding sustainability, but they were not uniform. As we can see that there were around more than 200 voluntary reporting schemes around the globe, and more than 300 mandatory reporting schemes across different countries. Many countries and many companies were reporting sustainability, but there was no any particular uniform standard that guided all this reporting. So need was felt that there should be one sustainable standard that is applicable across all jurisdictions, applicable across all the industries. So a capital market always demands more consistent, comparable and verifiable information that could disclose regarding the risks and opportunity regarding the sustainability. More informed decision will be made by this decision. Also, the first time the need was felt and discussed in COP26, November 2021. A COP26 event that was held in UK back in November 21. It decided that a need was felt that a uniform standard has to be built. So a comprehensive global baseline, I like to call, the standard like to call a comprehensive global baseline for S1 and S2, but I like to call it as a father of all sustainable standard, or even we can say mother of all sustainable standard is S1 and S2. So S1 and S2, as I previously mentioned, there were many standards that were applicable around the globe. There were many standards. I already told that there were around 200 different standards, and there were 300 different jurisdictional standards that was applicable before this before this came into. There were integrated reporting standards, there were sustainability accounting standards, there were climate disclosure standards, there were TCDF, there were the World Economic Forum. All these has been incorporated and consolidated into IFRS Sustainability Standard Board. They have all been now consolidated to make a uniform standard. So what is sustainability? Sustainability reporting is non-financial disclosure. I like to repeat it again. Sustainability is a non-financial disclosure that maximizes financial impact. We are talking about disclosing non-financial data and information, but those data have maximum financial values to the company. As it has already been shown in our previous slide, that S&P has already mentioned that 90% of the value of companies come from intangible aspect. So I'd like to repeat this one slide one more time, because most of us are from financial background in this room. So sustainability reporting is non-financial disclosure that maximize the financial impact of the companies. So need for S1 and S2, there is a brief timeline. It was started back in November 2021. Started back in November 2021, and it was issued in June 2023, and application timeline has been started from 1st January to 2024. So it's just a basic timeline. I will not like to move into this. So there were already accounting standard, right? Many of us feel that there was existing Nepal financial reporting standard, there was IFRS. We have already not implemented in many aspects that those standards. Now why this sustainability standard? Why this? So there is a clear linkage between that. Accounting Standard Board developed IFRS that relate to the financial statement. International Sustainability Standard Board developed sustainability standard that disclose sustainability disclosure information. Both are for the need of investor and for the capital market participant. As we can see that the red and the green button, the red and the green circle coincide at a place. As this both correlate, as this both have close connectivity, and they both meet the need of the investor and the stakeholder. So what sustainability standard will do, as we can see the darker and the dark blue line, financial statement as prepared from IFRS or local GAAP, it increased the value, definitely it increased the value of the company regarding transparency and accountability. However, with increased reporting for sustainability, the value for company will increase. As we can see from the bluish side, the value will definitely increase. So moving on to S1 and S2. S1 is basically general requirement disclosure. It is basically general information disclosure. It discloses regarding consistency and connection between financial statement sustainability report, financial statement sustainability disclosure to be published at the same time. So we can feel that financial statements should be published, and non-financial information in the form of sustainability report, sustainability disclosure has to be published for that particular year only, and at the same time, that particular year and for the same time, we need to publish these two information. We cannot have different reporting time, and we cannot report this at two different time. The reporting time, the period it covers should be same, and the reporting time should be same. Regarding assurance and where it should be presented, maybe the exposure draft of assurance engagement will guide it more. So the general requirements state that financial statement and sustainability disclosure statement should be published at same time for same particular period. IFRS S1 basically cover governance part, strategy part, risk management part, and metrics and target part. Regarding governance, how company monitor, manage, and oversee sustainability risks and opportunities. Regarding strategy, what is the strategy of company managing those risks and opportunities? Regarding risk management, what is the process that the company identify, analyze, prioritize, and manage those risks and opportunity? And regarding metrics, what is the company's target? Let's assume a company is hiring all male employees. Will that company be considered to be a sustainable company? Definitely no, right? Because half of the population around the country are not engaging in that company. They are not working with that company. So what should be the target of the company? By certain years down the line, they should be managing the male and female ratio of workforce within the company, right? So those metrics and targets should be disclosed in the financial, non-financial disclosure, sustainability disclosure part of the companies. Another is IFRS S2. It deals basically with the climate-related risks and opportunity. First, S1 is general disclosure. S2 relates with climate-related disclosure. It has incorporated TCDF recommendation and SASB recommendation. It requires to disclose physical risks. Let's assume there is one hydropower. And what is the risk of hydropower getting into a flood? There is definitely a risk. So what are those risks? Physical risks, we tell it. Another is transition risks. There might be some regulatory changes from time and often. So what risks regulatory changes will pose to that company? The other one is climate-related opportunity and risks regarding new technology and other things. This information has to be disclosed in the sustainability report. Key features of IFRS 2 is there is some transition planning, there is climate resilience, there is scope 1, 2, 3 emission. So I'd like to just go a bit into scope 1, 2, 3. There are three types of scope that S2 will cover. Scope 1 that covers that direct climate greenhouse gas emission that the organization produced by itself. Direct production of greenhouse gas and fall under scope 1. Scope 2 falls under indirect greenhouse or carbon emission that the company produce, indirect emission. And scope 3 includes other things. There might be other up-scale, down-scale, and supply chain things that might generate carbon. Also, it requires, when we travel for some reason, when organization make travel, the business executive go for a travel, they also use vehicle or airlines, or maybe transport or other means. Then they also like produce some carbon on that manner also, right? So they have to disclose in scope 3. So there are 3 scopes for carbon. Similar to S1, it also includes governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and target. But this all limits to climate only. As we talk about disclose all these four elements in our S1, these are same element in S2, but in S2 we only talk about climate-related governance, climate-related strategy, climate-related risk management, and metrics and targets. So who supports S1 and S2 globally? Let's have a brief outlook. International Organization of Security Commission has wholeheartedly support S1 and S2. The Financial Stability Board has supported. G7 countries and G20 countries have supported this S1 and S2. Basel Committee welcomes IFRS Foundation establishment of International Sustainability Standard Board. Wide range of stakeholders across several jurisdictions. Over 3,100 PEVC has made a commitment to S1 and S2. And this has been prepared by International Sustainability Standard Board, which is under IFRS Foundation Trust. And IFRS has been used by 168 jurisdictions. So adaptability of this standard are more likely to happen. So why in Nepal then? Nepal has made a global commitment. By 2045, Nepal will be a net zero carbon emission country. Nepal has made an international commitment. Also, Nepal has made a commitment to UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Nepal has made commitment on several conventions like COP. It has already made so many commitments. So we have to follow what the global commitments are. Also, Accounting Standard Board of Nepal has made a public commitment that it will always follow global accounting standards and public commitment for IFRS accounting standard. Similarly, SEBON is an associate member of International Organization of Security Commission since 2016. As we have already seen in previous slide that ISCO has already welcomed S1 and S2. So SEBON is the member of ISCO. So indirectly or directly we can say that all listed companies within or under this SEBON are most likely to be affected by the S1 and S2. Also, if we look after the Nepalese banking regulation are fundamentally based on recommendation from Basel Committee. The Nepalese banking is basically based on recommendation of Basel Committee, and we have already discussed that Basel Committee has welcomed IFRS S1 and S2. Also, it has been adopted around 168 jurisdictions. S1 and S2 are the global baseline, as we have already told that these standards are mother and father of all sustainability standards. So how can we adopt? I think from this slide we can definitely see that it is coming, it is knocking our door, right? It is definitely knocking our door. Nepalese banking system has made commitment, SEBON has made commitment. In a direct approach or in a different way, they have made commitment. So S1 and S2 are knocking door, and I'm hopeful that in maybe a next 1 year time, we're going to expect S1 and S2 be coming in force in Nepal. So how can we adopt? Aware and awake corporate bodies. I have used two words, two different words, aware and awake. There are two words I have used. They might not be awake, they might not be aware. So we need to do both things to them. Identify material sustainability issue, define sustainability goals and matrices, gather and analyze data, tailor the reporting framework, write the sustainability report and get assured, and engage the stakeholder and keep on repeating the same process. So who has to do this? Whose role is this? ICAN, Accounting Standard Board, Auditing Standard Board, NRB, Central Bank, SEBON, members, we members, professionals from different related fields, and business association also has some responsibility with them. And corporate house definitely, as they are the preparer. So what is our preparedness as of now, as we have gathered for this conference? What is our preparedness for the same? ASB, Accounting Standard Board of Nepal, it has formed Nepal Sustainability Reporting Standard Committee. The committee includes members from different regulators and government representatives. It has signed MOU with SEBON for implementation of those standards. It has started discussion with the stakeholders. Auditing Standard Board has been discussing on preparing and adopting exposure draft of auditing standard on assurance. It has started discussion with the stakeholder. ICAN, it has formed Sustainability Reporting Committee, started sustainable activities within ICAN. I just can see that there is, before our panelists and before our delegates, we can see a bottle, not just of plastic. It is a different bottle we can see. So that's a sustainable practice that ICAN has been following, organizing different national and international conference. Survey within members and regulators and industry is ongoing. Discussion with the stakeholders, and there are many other activities that ICAN has been doing that will be followed in our next session, as there will be more experience sharing on those sessions. SEBON has already signed MOU with Accounting Standard Board. It has committed to International Security Organization. SEBON is also has been planning to issue green bond. So there have been some activity on this domain. NRB, considering the central bank, it has started green economy. It has started issued guidelines for economic and social risk management. That in previous session also we have discussed those things, that every loan that has a corporate loan has to be analyzed under this guideline. Also CSR guideline has been issued by central bank. There are other activities, other things that has been going on. So where do we stand now? As a member and as a corporate body, where do we stand? Those were the previous slide were about the regulatory concern. Where do we stand? Based on our survey, the ICAN recently did some survey on with members. Members has moderate knowledge among the sustainability. Very few has received formal training on sustainability. Majority agrees that sustainability will enhance performance of the entity. Majority of members want compulsory regulatory compliance on adopting this standard. So these are the member perspective regarding sustainability based on our research. Corporate bodies, few banks have started publishing GHG emission report voluntarily they have been publishing. As of now, 2 commercial banks has published GHG report voluntarily. And few of the commercial bank has been hiring sustainability officer, ESG officer. We can see vacancy for those posts also. They have initiated these practices. And most of the PEVC are conducting impact assessment based on the parameter we discussed in our previous slide. Regarding South Asia region, I think our panelists will definitely share their experience, and I believe that they are more committed to implementing S1 and S2. So we'll be hearing from our delegates and panelists from this topic. What are the key challenges on implementing this aspect? Let's move on to this. There are lack of trained professionals based on capacity and capability. We lack this aspect. There are lack of training and resource material. Lack of commitment from corporate leaders. As in our previous session also, there was concern regarding will the business house will be committed on implementing this issue. That was our major concern. Poor integration of sustainability issue into organizational strategy. This issue might be, the sustainability standard might be disclosed just for the sake of reporting. They might not be actually incorporated within their strategy. So it has to be incorporated within the organizational strategy. Insufficient data, uncertainty around the base matrices. For example, a hydropower at what water flow and hydropower should produce at what energy. There might be some metrics and target for that. That metrics and target might not be suitable for Nepal if we consider those metrics based on some European standard. So we need to be more clear on the base matrices that we will be using. So way forward, what should be done? Build more capacity, maximize consultation with the stakeholder and preparer, decide which standard to implement at first, S1, S2 or both, because there are some complexity with S2. There is some complexity with S2. So which one to decide at first? S1, S2 or both at once? Finalize the convergence process from S1, S2 and Assurance 5000. And the highlighted one is form a transitional implementation group that will help the early adopters. That will help the early adopters to adopt sustainability, and the group will facilitate those adopters. So let's make a move forward. And I like to repeat one more time that Accounting Standard Board, ICAN, are planning to implement and issue this standard, very likely to within maybe 2024 itself. So let's make a move. As we do not have another planet, we have this only planet to save. We need to follow the sustainability reporting standards. That's how I conclude my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bidurji, for very lucidly explaining the two standards. Friends, I have always taken a topic for my book or speaking where my knowledge is zero. So, anything we learn, first we should feel that this subject is easy, this is simple, this I can learn. So, sustainability is not a rocket science. It is a myth to say that to learn sustainability, one need to be a science graduate person. No. There are certain terminology, like Bidur said, scope 1, which is, what carbon dioxide we emit in our in-house steam generation and allied activities. Scope 2, what we buy electricity from the vendors. Scope 3 is, the product which we buy for our business. Similarly, what we have to learn, what is greenhouse gases. There are 7 greenhouse gases. What is carbon? The carbon term is used, the technical term is CER, Certified Emission Reduction Unit, which is equivalent to 1000 kg carbon. So, to learn this subject, we need to learn certain terminology. Then to learn the standard. See, this S1 and S2, like how we had accounting standards. Any accounting standard, any IFRS we can learn if we can learn the accounting entry. The double entry bookkeeping was invented by a mathematician. We know Luca Pacioli in 1494. So, Bidur, what he raised the question S1 and S2. If we have a clarity, S1 is the framework. Like how we have a framework in IFRS. Without framework, we will not be applying the standards because all standards are not covering all business transactions. So we will go to framework, asset, liability, income, expenses, capital. So IFRS S1 is the foundation. It's a mandatory standard for the framework for sustainability related accounting. Reporting and accounting goes synonymous because it is a known financial information. So there will be a greenhouse gas statement and things like that. S2 is the one aspect in sustainability relating to climate. Similarly, there are other terminology like metrics, there is a score. So my request is all of us who are learner in sustainability, if we focus first on concepts. So in panel discussion, I'll be doing depending on the time available and keeping a upper limit that we will have a lunch at a given time. So my request to the three panelists is, please tell us how we can learn in the simplest manner, how we can earn in this subject, how we can tell our mind that I am a sustainability expert. So I will start from my left. First I'll be requesting to Sabir ji, then Mr. Latif, and then Surendra ji. Sabir ji, and you may take 2-3 minutes on this.
Sure, thank you. First of all, we would like to thank ICAN, Ministry of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, for wonderfully doing this topical matter as a conference. We have been here yesterday as well. It's a wonderful hospitality, so thank you to the host. Now, coming back to your question, I think one area, if we look at, everything is evolving. Even the matter of sustainability, if you look at, I remember late 90s, early 2000, I was in Australia, and that time there was a nuclear test done by France in the South Pacific Ocean. And Australia and New Zealand being close to that, there was a huge anti-nuclear protest led by Greenpeace. Fast track 20 years.
Can I request 1 minute? Can I request the participants, if they maintain a silence, we will be having more effective use of our time. And as I said, we will not delay even by a second to have our lunch. So please have a patience. And I gave an idea how important is this subject if we want to make money. Yes, Sabirji.
Yeah. On. So what I was saying is the evolving nature, with anti-nuclear, 20-year fast track, now nuclear energy is considered one of the cleanest energy. And there is a huge discussion going on about the reinventing the nuclear reactor, nuclear energy, especially the huge energy need that the world will require without raising the temperature. So as our respected moderator has said, we need to be evolved as well. One of my favorite sportsmen once said that those who are like fittest not always survive, but those who can adapt will survive. So we as a professional accountant are the best placed to drive this sustainability matter. And that's why you see there are a lot of professional bodies in the world. Why IFRS Foundation and the global investor community has entrusted IFRS to deal with sustainability related reporting and assurance. Because any information is presented to a third party need to go through certain robust process, internal control process, data validation process, so that the information that is presented is reliable, it is comparable, and it is trustworthy. We accountants do this thing day in, day out basis, right? We look at whether we are at the preparer side or attestation provider side. We process the information. We had the best expertise. So as the moderator has mentioned, that we should not consider this as any fear factor. Rather, we should consider this as one of our biggest opportunity. With growing movement of the young population, young consumer, the activity-based product choice, the company has the businesses has no other option but to become sustainable, whether it's a today or tomorrow. Those who will adapt today will take the advantage. Those who will adapt later on will lag behind. So I think since we have a couple of other panelists, I will stop here. So my message to here is echoing your sentiment, is sustainability is nothing new. I don't have to be Einstein. Very common sense approach need to look at, and there are plenty of material available in the internet, publicly available, where you can calculate greenhouse gas emission, carbon emission, that 7 type of gas that need to report under S2. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabirji. There is a published book and well researched. Any new subject can be learned in 48 hours. Effective 48 hours if we give to a new subject. Muhammad Ali Latif sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dukia. However, I'll take a different approach, and I'm all grateful to Mr. Dukia for motivating all of us to be sustainability champions, because it'll help you make more money. But that's all good. But here I'd like to make a bit different comment, and I'll ask you all to really look deep down into yourselves. Why? Because this is something actually we owe to the next generation. This is something in which we need to be more conscious about. This is something I think we should be all aware about, and especially one of my dear colleague, Mr. Shwaktola, he just left, but he was also worried about the cost of financing and who will bear it. Will it be the depositors or something? This is something that is beyond the numbers. Don't think about numbers on these issues. This is something we have to give for the next generation. We have to make a planet sustainable. Forget about those science fiction movies we all saw at a younger age, and we were going outside the planet Earth and we were going to be inhabited in another planet, in Mars or something. That is not going to happen. Similarly, I think what we should all right now implore on, and especially I want to implore our President and Vice President Safa, along with those responsible for the SAARC region, we are the ones who are going to get the most affected. Why is that? I won't say otherwise, but all the developing countries have outsourced their manufacturing to us. They are the ones who are taking care of marketing, distribution, wholesale, but the manufacturing is going to be done by us. We are the one who are going to get affected by carbon footprint. We are the countries who are going to face floods. We are the countries who are going to face climate change. My country is also facing the same. It is going to affect probably some countries more, like my own country and India, because we are also cotton growers. There are specific industries like apparel that are going to get affected. Similarly, they are going to be mining is going to get affected. Leather industry is going to get affected. These are some things that we should now be taking the burden. And this is something I would request all of you that forget about the numbers. This is something we need to look at. We have to implore our governments also. And don't even think for a second this is going to end with this thing. If you remember, it all started off with carbon selling and purchase. Similarly, right now, a simple change you'll all notice is you're having glass water bottles. Previously, they were always plastic. So the world is moving towards those of sustainability sides. And this is, I think, we should all do. And don't forget, these are disclosure standards. There could be a standard coming up in which we may be asked to make a reserve on sustainability, setting aside the cost that could contrast out of the transition change, the physical change of climate, the physical risk. We may need to build up a reserve in financial statements. So these kind of things we should all consider so that we are able to move ahead with this sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Ali Latif ji. I think you brought out a very important aspect, that it is the necessity, learning this subject and working on this subject, because there is only one planet. And each one of us, we want to live longer, maybe 125 years, 100 years. And each one of us, we know how the climate has changed in our city, our country. So there is a audit evidence that there is a global warming happening. And we need to contribute, each one of us, in our own way, how we can be a contributor in reduction of global warming. CA Surendra Shrestji.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, all. Talking about this sustainability reporting, it's a fact that it's all a new subject for all of us. Being a financial professionals, dealing with the numbers, making profit loss, balance sheets, now the dimension of reporting has been shifted towards the financial to non-financials, right? So I take this financial, non-financial reporting as a complementary to the financial reporting, as Bidu also presented in his presentation, that these both financial and non-financial disclosures should be going together, right? So while having the assessment of non-financials data, it ultimately provides us the way towards the financials future of our ventures or the corporate business, right? So going back to the memories of childhood days, we used to have these soft drinks in water bottles. Even milks were delivered in bottles. There were the concept of refunding that bottles. You know, one bottle will be replaced by another new bottles in next day. But now, why growing with the civilization, or say the commercialization of the businesses, our focus has been shifted towards the profit making. As much as you reduce the cost, you will get the profit, and your business will be nourished. But eventually, we are talking about the saving environments and having the carbon emissions. And for the next generation, we are talking about providing the best disclosures on non-financial reporting. So these the glass bottles has been replaced with the plastics. No, in fact, as a matter of fact, they could have reduced the cost, but they have reduced the life of planets also. No, so we as a profession should learn the things, new things every day. As our professor Adukia has been reading so many books, referring so many books, that we will discover a new dimension for our profession. As even in Nepal, the big leading banks are seeking the professionals on sustainability reporting. So while assessing the risks, the opportunity is also coming next side with the risks. So we can generate a new avenues of sustainability reporting profession in our avenues, adding a new avenues in our profession also. So I say to all the professionals joining this conference that let's work together for the effective implementation of sustainable reporting, and if years goes by, then we can change those standards or metrics, or we can discover the new metrics or data analytics system as per our jurisdiction. So thank you. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Surendraji. I want to adopt first the questions from the participants, and then if the time is available, I'll come back to the panelist. And my request is for the questions, make it a brief and make it a question, and further deliberations on the same questions should be avoided, so we can have a wide variety of questions. You know, all of us are available in a lunch break, so the subsequent discussion on the same answer given can happen in the lunch room. Yes, sir. And can I request organizers, if we can have 2-3 persons for mic, it will be faster.
As each panel member is representing a accountancy body, so my question is that what is their plan about the implementation of these standards in their country, and what kind of organization they are focusing at the initial phase for the adoption of these S1, S2 standards? Thank you.
If I can take a liberty to answer this, you know, if each country is having their own timeline, you know, like for net zero, there is something called net zero, where, you know, further generation of CO2 we stop. So we have made a plan for 2070. I understand Nepal has a plan for 2047, 45. So similarly, each country have made a plan. Everyone is aware there is something called COP, Conference of Parties under UNFCCC, United Nations Framework of Convention on Climate Change, which is a United Nations body. So every year there is a COP. We have COP 29 happening in Baku. So I think I leave that question.
Third session, we have a very dedicated session on that.
Dedicated session on reporting. Like, in India, the SEBI has made, we have a session. So we have made it mandatory for all listed companies. We have made a sustainability code. And there is a reasonable assurance required by the auditor on the sustainability reporting. I would like to give a chance to the other participants. I'll come to the press. Yes, sir. And then I'll come to you, sir. So we'll have a mix of the participants and the Safa leaders. Little quick, we can have 2-3 mic more, please, if possible. Yeah, you can. So we'll save time.
Good afternoon, Namaste. My name is Gyanendra Subedi. My question is, basically I learned about the reporting for the non-financial information only. And based on that, my question is, how does this standard promote the decision making of the readers or prospective investors? Because without financial information, how does readers makes their decision wisely on the basis of non-financial information only? This is my question.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. If you look at S1, in the outset, there are some very good preface. One of the things that says that for a sustainability-related risk and opportunities that expect to affect an entity's prospect. And this prospect is from the perspective of primary user. And primary user is defined as those investor, creditor, or had other stake in the entity. And this is where actually the challenge will come, because primary user and the expectation gap may arise. Primary user is very defined in S1, but in terms of SDG goal and others, there are wide stakeholders as well. So the primary user, how they will see that how the value creation of the entity in future prospect as well as value erosion. These three things reflected in the cash flow, financial resources available, and its ability to raise capital. So these are some catchwords. If we consider, then I think we can come to a conclusion of what type of financial information we can, or the non-financial information we can incorporate.
What if the report do not contain anything about sustainability? How much carbon is emitted by that organization in their business? What step they are taking in future to reducing emission of those carbons? Then nowadays lenders look at that report. What are the steps taken? So there is an awareness. There are few airlines, like I have traveled in Saudi Arabia. They give in the air ticket how much carbon is emitted on your travel from particular destination to particular place. So, and nowadays some products they give how much carbon is emitted in making this product. So that way there is an awareness being created, and there are organizers who create, like we had a World Congress last year. So we calculated a carbon emission and we purchased carbon credit to make it a World Congress in India. Carbon neutral World Congress. Yes, sir. You had a question.
Just a second, I'll just take a liberty to answer two things. One question was asked by one of our esteemed participants in relation to Pakistan. We have already written the letter to our Securities and Exchange Commission for adoption of the standards. And we have kept it quite simple, just the way the S1 and S2 standards had proposed, that there are going to be 3 sizes to it, either going to be very large enterprises, and then the listed companies. And what we have done is we have further broken it down for very large enterprises, anybody having a turnover of Pakistani rupees 25 billion, or has an asset worth of 12.5 billion or 1,000 employees. So if they meet any 2 criteria, they will be forced to adopt S1 and S2. Similarly, for the next step, large, all of these figures are halved. And then in the third phase, it will be all listed companies. And just to go ahead with your question as well, sir, you have to understand that actually the customers are becoming conscious. This is something that is driving this. If you are selling, for example, to a top brand, of a Spanish brand or something, their customers are demanding to know the supply chain. They are the ones who are demanding to know what is the carbon footprint of all these supply chains, how are we going for the greenhouse gas emissions. So this is what is motivating us, because you need to disclose it if it affects 3 things according to this S1 and S2. If it affects your cash flows, if it affects your access to finance, or this is something that is more important. And similarly, if it increases your cost of capital. And for example, if you are having a company having for example, a powerhouse operated by coal, etc., and you know that people, whenever they will have an option, it won't be, and the people are moving towards a renewable source of energy. So you will be disclosing how much gas emissions you are there. Similarly, with, for example, to access of finance, you could understand that in the future your license would not get renewed, or it will be at a very higher rate of markup than before. So these are the disclosures that are making. And similarly, if you're exporting to another country and not to the consumers directly, they'll be asking this kind of information in all your disclosures, and probably they may be dictating some of their terms to you as well on these. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Surendraji.
I also want to add the updates of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal regarding the first question. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal has recently formed the Sustainability Reporting Committee, which is chaired by our Vice President. He's the chairman, and the paper presenter himself is also the member of the Sustainability Reporting. So we have started somehow, either late or early. So the Accounting Standard Board in Nepal is an authorized body to issue the standards. They have already, I think, drafted the exposures version of these S1 and S2. So we are also having a coordination with the regulator bodies. So whether it will be the listed companies, where to start, the decision will be taken by the institutes very soon. I would like to just wanted to give the status. Over to you, moderators.
Just about the Bangladesh perspective, again, we have created a committee, Sustainability Standards Committee last year. We are still looking at the implementation. My president and IPP are there. Because you see, one thing very important in our part, these IFRS or S1 standards have been drafted from the global perspective, whereas a lot of the things that going in their assumption may not be relevant for our part of the world, and that's why it's a very important. It need to be scalable and fit for purposes. So that's why we are, rather than jumping into a conclusion that you adopt, we are trying to find out, because one of the big challenges in implementation will be resource constraint. You need right resources in addition to the professional accountants. So that's why we are talking with the stakeholders, and we will decide later on during the year for implementation.
Thank you. See, each country, IFRS S1 and S2, they are the international standards, so they have their complexity in the language, the terminology. But each country, like in Nepal, I have read Rashtra Bank has made it mandatory for the banks to give a sustainability reporting. Before the banks lend to so they look at, so each country has done in their own way. S1 and S2 is, a world standard. So at the top. So, yes, sir, you had a question. We'll take 1 or 2 more questions. That's all, because I've been told that we should close at 12:55.
Thank you. moderator. I'd like to congratulate the learned presenter for his nice presentation. And I also very happy to see the Nepal's net zero target by 2045 instead of the global target 2050. Okay, my question only, he has just presented many things about the Nepal preparedness and the her current position. Is based on this, my observation only the greenwashing and the fair sustainability, true sustainability. If you
greenwashing and
fair sustainability.
Fair sustainability.
Fair sustainability, we call true sustainability. Based on this greenwashing and the true sustainability, reporting typology is 5 types. Normally, as a reporting as usual, is the financial reporting focusing the shareholder interest, sustainability reporting 1, 2, and 3. Just briefing all this. 1, 2, and 3. They are giving the information only to satisfy all the positive information they disclose, they presented, and sometimes they recognize. What is we call in accounting language RMDP. Recognition, measurement, disclosure, and presentation. But still in sustainability, one lot of research is proved that all the report, if you just together, you will find that there is only the recognition, disclosure, and presentation. And the measurement is totally absent. When the measurement will be added, we call it the true sustainability. Otherwise, all the reporting is the greenwashing. Only the reflecting the true picture we are giving the. My question, the presenter, you have explained a lot of things about your preparedness. I'm very happy to see it and your stand. Do you think in country like Nepal or the Safa countries is able, because you just studied already, is able to just achieve the true sustainability within or the percentage of sustainability, true sustainability, when we can achieve? Do you have any idea about this? Thank you so much.
See, again, I'll take a little liberty. See, the way we look at the things, the time, when the currency started, the fraud started. Not even the currency. When there was a barter system, there was a fraud. So greenwashing is a terminology which means somebody is reporting the reduction in the carbon emission without doing a reduction in the carbon emission. There are other terminology like circular economy, and I'm not going into that. But sir, I'm very optimistic. All this reporting is a true sustainability, and therefore auditors are there. See, S1 and S2 is accounting. Then we have ISSA 5000 coming. Then we know all debates, all of us, we are auditors and CMAs. We know that auditor is a watchdog, not a bloodhound, and what is our role in detection of a fraud. So I am very optimistic. All this reporting will bring lot of improvement in the organization. There are responsibility of management, like in the financial reporting. There is a responsibility, like in India, there is a 3 times the amount involved, the management is responsible. And management means even the accountant, the CFO, and similar provisions may be there in other countries. One more question we will take, and then...
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Actually, I have one question actually. It seems like, this sustainability reporting standard actually are going to, add more responsibility to auditors.
Tell your name
actually.
and...
Sorry? Okay. My name is Sunil Pandey actually. I'm a chartered accountant. I think actually these sustainability reporting standards are actually going to increase the responsibility of auditors actually, on top of already existing, various other reporting standards. So, do you think auditor alone will be able to, assess the, disclosure requirement of this sustainability reporting? Because, this climate-related risk and all those things are actually really vague and we cannot actually quantify
Anybody
and
would like to answer?
identify all those things. So we should we actually involve other expert or auditor alone can give opinion on the financial statement? What do you think actually?
Can I answer?
Yeah, please, Surendraji, please answer.
Yeah, regarding the resources, we just talked about the scarcity of the resources or the professions in this sustainability reporting. And coming to the questions, we chartered accountants are not the master in everything because lots of technical aspects are there regarding the carbon emissions, counting even for each distance we travel to office, going back to home, and every kilometer of the footsteps converting into the carbon is not an easy job. So only chartered accountant could not do the data analysis or the metrics and measurement. But at the same time, if we are interested, we can explore to the technical aspects, having a good understanding and having a good training regarding that. But at the same time, we can also outsource the technical experts while disclosing or reporting the substantial non-financial disclosures. I think at any time we can outsource the technical experts. So that saying that we can manage our responsibility with the allocation of expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. Surendraji, I'm very optimistically I'm saying, there are no responsibility of auditors if we follow the auditing standards, the assurance standards, It is the science of doing audit. Now, saying that there is an increase in the auditor's responsibility, if there is no risk, there is no reward. If there is an extra reporting, there is an extra remuneration. And then there is another subject, how to charge that remuneration, how to convince the client. So first, if there are more reporting, there is more work, so more responsibility. Auditing standards are our defense tools. Wherever the auditor has been held responsible by whichever regulator, PCAOB across the world, auditor has not followed the science of audit. If I give one small example, say for example a fraud which is not detected in the auditee. I took 6 months sample. I did the internal control assessment and I audited January, March, and by no information I could have detected a fraud in a month, say February or April, which is not audited. Auditor cannot be held responsible, irrespective of the amount of the fraud, because that from the working paper of the auditor, following various auditing standards, and auditor is not almighty that he will know 100% of the transactions. So my request to all auditors, because this question is coming up in every country because the regulators, there are more regulators, there are more penal provisions, and we know how the big 8 became big 4. So, yeah, your comment will be last and then we will close the session. So, and another observation, are we an expert? We may not be knowing a subject, but I can give a guarantee. This word we use, Modi ki guarantee, so Rajkumar Adukia's guarantee. If we learn the subject, we will be more expert than a science expert or an engineer expert. It is a simple calculation. In a particular process, what is the emission of carbon dioxide? There is a measurement, and this is what we do in greenhouse gas statement. So this is everything is new. Each terminology in sustainability is new. So we have to, like a playgroup student, we need to learn first the terminology, and then we will learn the subject automatically. Sir, your comment?
Just This exactly. That if you look at ISS
No, but if
5000,
they require only reasonable, like in India, SEBI requires a reasonable assurance. We cannot do a limited. Then so it will be like not doing an audit. There is no compulsion. I can skip that work. Sabir Ahmed ji.
Yeah, no, I think that is why it's very important the role of the professional accounting bodies. You see, we have to dictate what is fit for purposes. As my colleague Ali Bhai has mentioned, that in ISS 5000 exposure draft, there was a provision for both limited assurance as well as reasonable assurance. So as a stepping stone, why don't we start with the limited assurance and then move to the reasonable assurance? Even ISS 5000 also allow you a fair presentation framework, compliance framework. So you start with compliance framework and then you go to the framework. So, yeah, and that's why it's very important as a SAFA, all the professional accounting bodies should work together and interact with the regulator. So, because one size will not fit for all. All these are principle-based approach. What is suitable for USA or Germany may not be suitable for Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, maybe something even suitable for a country like India with 100 crore people may not be suitable for a country like Maldives with 2 lakh people. So we should not go for one size fit for all. That would be my message. Thank you.
Thank you.
But Mr. Duka, regarding this forum, I will also request all the representatives of SAPA to also talk to your board members that we should all agree on limited assurance for the first or second year at least to make the ball rolling. And just one good thing for you, because we're all auditors here, the beauty of auditing is the responsibility always lies with the preparer. So you have to always understand that it is their disclosures that they are making, and we are the ones who are only going to be providing the assurance. So this is something we should all agree on.
Thank you. I would say that we should leave it to the respective jurisdiction. If there is a more work, more responsibility, there will be more professional fees. And we need to become ourselves competent to render that service. And I have tested this philosophy of mine. If we limit our responsibility, there will be a limit in the fees. So I think I would thank all participants, for actively asking questions. Therefore, I reduce the panelist time. And we are all available, the presenter, Mr. Bidur, and 3 panelists and myself in the lunch time. Lunch will become more delicious if you will ask the questions to us, and it will be more sustainable. And this is one subject we must learn from today itself. Every day if we give 1 hour on this subject, I can tell you in 48 days, one will be expert. I thank ICAN for, and I request, if today there is a SAFA board meeting, each country should develop sustainability practice board, sustainability certificate course, sustainability study circle, because these are the ways we learn the subject. Thank you. Thanks the organizer for giving me this opportunity to come to a Pokhara, beautiful city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Howard, I would request all of you. Something good to give. Let's just do some good for a while.
Thank you. Thank you, distinguished panelists, for your insightful contributions in this enlightening session. Your expertise and wisdom have truly enriched our understanding, and we are sincerely grateful for the opportunity to have attended. Now it's our turn to express gratitude. I kindly request our distinguished panelists to remain us for a moment. Thank you so much for delivering such substantive talks and providing us with major takeaways within the limited span of time we had. Your dedication to sharing knowledge and insights is deeply appreciated.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time we present token of appreciation to our distinguished panelists. May I kindly request ICAN President CA Susan Kumar Kafle to step forward for presentation of the mementos. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the moderator of this session, CA Dr. Rajkumar Satyanarayan Adukia, for his exceptional moderation. Thank you, sir. We are delighted to have you.
Now to our panelists. First and foremost, CA Bidur Luitel, Member Sustainability Reporting Committee, ICAN. Thank you, sir, for the great knowledge and value you bring into the panel by your gracious presence.
Next, Mr. Sabir Ahmed, FCA Council Member at ICAB. Thank you, sir, for the immense pool of information you brought into this panel.
Next, Mr. Mohammad Ali Latif, Council Member and past President, ICAP. It's a matter of great pride and pleasure to have you here and also have you shared your valuable insights.
Last but not the least, CA Surendra Shrestha, Council Member and Chairperson, Standard Implementation Review Committee at ICAN. Thank you, sir. We very much appreciate the valuable sharing that you contributed to this session.
I request all the panelists to step forward for a group photo session. Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful session. So it's time for lunch. Lunch will be served in Thasang restaurant in this floor itself, and after lunch I request all the participants to be here by 1:45. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.